Good morning, everybody, and welcome to United21 Season 22. We've just missed the start of the opening match here of the day, Copenhagen Wolves versus Ents Academy. You're going to be heading straight into the action of this best of three. This is the decider match of Group A, meaning that stakes are risen. The winner goes through to the playoffs, gets that last spot in Group A, but the loser is eliminated. It's do or die for both of these two teams. We're going to be starting on the pick of Copenhagen Wolves of Dust 2 here versus Ents Academy. Already 1-0 up after securing the pistol round. We are going to be seeing a force buy come out of Ents Academy. A couple MP9s, a couple pistols to boot. We'll see what they can find. Pressure applied to B, try and deny some information, try and push and pull the rotations, perhaps open up the possibility of the rest of the players coming in through middle. That's exactly what's going to happen. Andy, off the contact of the lurk smoke, takes point with the MAC-10, lands the headshot onto too high. Accelerates in to split the sight, spots the information of both players, now Sejin can activate. Dwarves stuck at the carb, will be overwhelmed, only good for one. Bomb going to be planted, man advantage for Copenhagen Wolves. Miller coming in through the window, beautiful shot towards Sejin, picks up the Galil, but in the meantime Ira has found the double. Copenhagen Wolves convert the pistol victory to a 2-0, and it breaks the bank for Ents Academy. They're going to have to go for a full eco. Round number 3, we've got another full investment coming out for Copenhagen Wolves. Shifting towards the lower tunnels, but is Schwartz cleared? I don't think he is, no, and he's going to play the trigger discipline. He's in a great spot here to land up 2, but pulls the trigger a little bit too soon, and he's only good for 1, and gets traded by Magila. One for one trade, but in the meantime, Sejin has walked his way out towards B, scouting with the Galil. Andu's made his way all the way to the A site. Copenhagen Wolves, they've just taken fights all across the map, taking as much map control as possible, searching, hunting for these ecos with no fear whatsoever. He's Miltzy, he's going to be able to find that AK. Will take the head of Magila. Any damage done here for Miltzy will be good. He is spotted crossing by Sejin. Spotted crossing to the pit as well. Trying to clutch onto this AK in the 1 versus 2. Copenhagen Wolves are hunting, they're getting aggressive. Sejin just waiting for his teammate to get in towards long doors. Drops a flash to try and keep Miltzy tucked in towards the pit. And that's when Taperware can activate. In fact, it's Sejin who steals the kill when they eventually split pit. So not only do Copenhagen Wolves get a third, but they deny any saved weapons for Ents Academy. Warp picked up for Era nice and early. The snipers out in force on the full buy round again. Such an important weapon on Dust 2. He goes for the cross pick, but in the meantime his teammates, they're rushing out on towards B. Teme finds the double. Locks out Copenhagen Wolves and then pushes them back behind a smoke. A beautiful hold from the young gun. Copenhagen Wolves plans scuppered. A 2-man disadvantage. Andu and Taperware also down low. One thing they do have going for them is that it's a full 1 minute 10 on the clock right now for them to try and recover this disadvantage. And by the looks of things, I think they're committing to a save. They're not working any map control, not looking for any picks, not looking to recover this advantage, not even looking to do any economic damage. But for Ents Academy, this is their first gun round, right? The first gun round after losing 3 in a row. Their bank accounts are empty to afford this buy right in front of us. So they're not going to be hunting. They want to make sure that they can keep rifles into the next round. If they lose any, there'll be compromises. Unless weapons can be dropped over. But by saving all 5 weapons for Ents Academy, they're able to build economy, give themselves a little bit of insurance when it comes to buying in the upcoming rounds. So they're not going to invest too many players hunting. Copenhagen Wolves just sit back. They save their own weapons as well. Financially, it does somewhat make sense. The weapons that they have in their possession for Era and Taperware worth more than what they would get from lost bonus. So if they're going for a buy next round anyway, you get a little bit of a healthier one. But it's Miller to find the opening kill. Andu removed after you waited a full 70 seconds saving in the last round. It immediately goes down in the next. And Copenhagen Wolves are playing very brawly Counter-Strike right now. The majority of teams you see on Dust 2 play very slow, very tentative, taking map control, waiting for CT aggression, clearing tunnels. But here they're just barreling out in towards middle, barreling in towards tunnels, straight up towards short with already like 1 minute 20 on the clock and they're up on catwalk. But they've lost so many players in the process. Miller, in the meantime, has found another pick through middle. And a hate cheat from too high. Finds a third kill. So just as quick as Copenhagen Wolves get their way in towards map control, they're in a man disadvantage. It's Taperware left in a 1 versus 5 before taking down Schwartz. Making his way up catwalk searching, but is he aware that too high is still tucked in towards Goose? No, he's not. And Academy will collect a second. This is such scrappy Counter-Strike coming out from Copenhagen Wolves. To be fair, on a map like Dust 2, it's one of the few maps you can kind of get away with that style of CS. It depends how well coordinated, how well drilled the Academy squad is. They've broken the bank for Copenhagen Wolves. They're full eco. Considering they were their economy was in a bad spot in the last round, I'm surprised they were so scrappy with their approach. But here, a little bit more coordination. They wait in suicide and go for a peek, and they do catch off Miller with the AWP in middle, and they all look to try and retrieve and pick up that AWP, but the issue is, it's in an absolute blender of a spot. The second kill comes through, Sejin punishes Swartz overextension. The rest of Sejin's teammates have all fallen down by the wayside. Eventually, time will take its toll. Ents Academy tied the scoreline 3-3. Couple kills for Copenhagen Wolves, but the kill reward off those kills is $600 total. And there was at least one deagle invested, and that's $700. So financially, that's not really worth it. AWP pick attempted by Taperware towards long. Smoke to extinguish the molly. It's going to be scoped up, and late smoke will come through to block out his vision so that Ents Academy can retake long. We'll do exactly that. In the meantime, too high. Utility from catwalk. Try and soften up the approach in lower tunnels. And he tagged down to just 1 point of health from all that util. It's going to fall all the way back. A little bit more of a measured approach from Copenhagen Wolves, slow in towards tunnels, splitting middle, and working their way up towards catwalk. Too high. Takes a duel up on the site. Hold strong for another kill on towards Magila. Copenhagen Wolves are accelerating, they're sprinting, they're pouncing up on towards the site, but there's a crossfire in place. And they've done nothing to break it. It's a simple case of Copenhagen Wolves got their way up towards short. Didn't see much resistance. Thought, tell you what, let's go for a site hit, let's execute. We can beat them. But they did nothing to actually break apart the setup. They threw util to get their way out of shore, out of the choke point, on towards catwalk. But from that point, they were just met with 2 players and a crossfire. Now Copenhagen Wolves down to pistols. 3 Tech 9s, Deagle, P250. Ents Academy going for a heavy 2-3 split. Committed all the way 3 to long, 2 towards the B site, and that means Copenhagen Wolves have had free reign to just sprint in towards middle. Finally, they're locked out towards the window. Schwartz takes down Andu, and too high will spot a second player. A smoke towards CT will stop them. Tammy just caught looking the wrong way. Schwartz now in a compromised position. He goes down, only good for another one. Moving into the 2 versus 2 with the 2 CTs both locked out of rotation. Thanks to this replenished CT smoke. Oh, and there's another one. Wilbert tries to get out in front of it, but that's it. Copenhagen Wolves with just pistols secured that round. Ents Academy going for a big gamble there, playing heavy towards those extremities. 2 towards B, 3 towards A. They're completely blind to what's going on towards middle. By the time they figure out what Copenhagen Wolves were doing, Copenhagen Wolves were already up at window by B. And the panic and the chaos, the site setup gets broken. Era holding for this AWP peak. Miller holds an off angle. Finally, the patience breaks from both of them and they depart. Early HEs traded in middle, but none of them landing their mark. Walking towards middle for Magila, but it's completely untradeable. There's no teammate behind him to give him some support. To try and get a revenge frag if he goes down. So it's a free kill. Given to Ents Academy. Free opening kill. Schwartz currently isolated alone on the B side. He's going to hear these steps accelerating in towards tunnels. Should try and call out a rotation. Era will be holding that rotation down, slowing it down. So for the moment, Schwartz has to hold on his own, but he's only good for 1 before being traded. Fortunately, the rotation comes in from Milbert towards the top of mid and deals with Era, so the rest of the players are now unclogged, unblocked. In towards CT. 4 versus 2 retake. Trade onto Taperware. Rather onto Andu. Leaves Taperware, position known, a quick no scope from Miller. The fuse will come through. Ents Academy get their 5th. Entering round number 10, and it's a hobbled together buy from Copenhagen Wolves thanks to that bomb plant. 2 AKs, a Galil, still the AWP on Era, but a Mac 10 on Magila. Too high will find Era, will find the AWPer, spams him down through the edge of the smoke on long. Andy recovers the AWP. Meantime, Milty still holding on to short control. Bit of utility to soften up these players in mid. Puts Magila, Sejin, down to half HP. Timmy walks behind this smoke, deployed towards short. Can now hide on this off angle. In fact, the smoke comes at his feet, which he can completely hide in now. So even if Copenhagen Wolves commit to this fight, but no, he moves out of the smoke and gives up a free pick to Andu. He had the play hiding in that smoke, but he gives up the engagement too early. Fortunately, Milty's not been cleared. Not been cleared at all. That's not the first time that Goose hasn't been cleared by Copenhagen Wolves, and he's rewarded with a double kill. Make it a triple. Make it a quad. Single-handedly holding down that A site simply by not being cleared by Copenhagen Wolves. They get 2 kills on that site and they don't expect a third. As soon as his location is revealed after the first 2 kills, the trading is a little bit panicked there from Copenhagen Wolves. They just swing one by one. Round number 11, we've got a half buy for Copenhagen Wolves. Hero Galil on Magila. Second on Taperware. The Tech 9's going fast out towards long, but Milty collects another multi-kill. Shuts them down. Now they look to fighting towards middle, but too high. Shuts the door. Not just once, but twice. In fact, it's Schwartz to come in to find the multi-kill. Ents Academy finding 7. Final round of the half. We do get a full investment on neither side. It's a heavier lean towards the B site. Schwartz collects a free kill on towards Sejin. Much less coordinated from Copenhagen Wolves. They're fighting towards long, and it's the Lurk player taken down. That's a lot of information in Ents Academy's hands. Milty, though, is taken down. Aero with the wide swing. Man advantage. A good flash comes through, and Miller lands the flick. 3 versus 3. Goes for a repeat, but straight into Andy's crosshair. And Andy, a beautiful flick on towards Teme. Leaving Schwartz. 1 versus 3. Andy, the picked up AWP, will collect the triple kill. A 7-5 half. Copenhagen Wolves, they started strong with that spree of 3. But following that, it just looked scrappy. It looked very disorganised, very puggy, very loose. There was very little structure in the way they defaulted. I mean, I've casted a lot of Dust 2 over the last 4 days. It's become a very popular map, especially in the Tier 2 realms. And most teams default the exact same way. They hold upper tunnels, they shift 2 players in towards lower tunnels. Someone top mid flashes them out, helps them clear middle with a mid-door smoke. Then together they work their way in towards short and catwalk. Slow and methodical. In the meantime, you might have one player holding long. But there's been very little of that from Copenhagen Wolves. We've seen sort of the skeleton of that in some shapes. But nowhere near as rigid, nowhere near as well thought out and coordinated. Either way, swapping over, Copenhagen Wolves will now be on the CT side, the defensive side of their map pick. They're going to be leaning very heavy towards A, trusting Andu, the back of the B-bomb site. Magila going for an info play towards the top of mid. Picks down 2 from the back. And he'll get out there, receives a dink and runs away. Temi now feels the need to activate, the need to try and recover this round for his teammates, but takes a duel against Andu, a 1 versus 1. Andu will win that. At that range with a USP. Andy will continue to hold this B-bomb set on his own. Too high will eventually finish him off, but now he's in a 1 versus 4 and the rotation is coming. Drop some util to try and lock these players out the side, but they're flashing their way in very early. He's managed to dodge them. Tries to isolate the first, but the jumping Sejin is too much to handle. Going to be seeing Copenhagen Wolves close the distance, hence Academy. No bomb planet on the pistol means an eco round in the second. Copenhagen Wolves a prime opportunity to tie this scoreline. Aero wants to do so quickly. Aggressive. Fighting in towards mid, looking to farm some cash on this MP9 to afford an AWP as soon as possible. Tries to hunt down the player at the top right and middle. Gets overwhelmed by the firing squad at the top left. Fortunately, his teammates come in and they will quickly clean things up. Schwartz, though, they picked up MP9. Collect the kill onto Magila. Goes for the wide swing, but it's too much to deal with at that range with no Kevlar. The aim punch is his undoing. We are tied 7-7. Andu getting aggressive very early on here, searching top middle. He's being held, but a quick flick will land him the kill against Miltsy. Too high. He'll collect another, and the trade comes through from Schwartz. Andu unable to fall back towards short. A 3 versus 3 equal in player count on either side. And Ents Academy, they decide to accelerate onto this B-bomb site where Sejin wants to hold on his own. Dancing behind the double box. We'll find one, but it's a quick trade. 2 versus 2. Miller must to get this bomb planted. Era scoped up in the window. Re-smoke on towards the doors. Oh, flick comes through. Miller peeks, impatient. That was just Tammy. 1 versus 2. Tucked in towards the car. It's a great spot for a clutch, but Copenhagen Wolves be able to trade. Yes, they will. Tammy gets the first, but the spray simply not on. Maybe if he had just ducked behind the box there, perhaps there wouldn't have been enough time for tableware. There's such little time on that bomb. Just taking the extra 2-3 seconds to die would have won him the round. By the way, Ents still able to invest, still able to get rifles out. There's a compromise, a scout on towards Miller. Fully blinded both sides, sprint towards long. A 1-for-1 trade. Tableware still fighting, goes for the swing. But again, a 1-for-1 trade. Era sticks around a little bit too long and is punished. But the rotation comes in from Agila and he's going to mop up all three. Miltsy and Schwartz not expecting him to be on the site so quickly. And the trade fails to come through on the third. Both players caught reloading. Tactical pause now coming out for Ents Academy. See if their coach, Whitey, impart any words of wisdom. A quick response from Copenhagen Wolves. Tactical pause of their own. Well, hence, probably one of the things they discussed was what to do with their financial situation. And they are going to be going for a half buy. The 4-round loss bonus, they can go down to 1.5k and still be able to buy in the next. But we've got a couple semi-over investments of Schwartz and Miltsy going for the Galils. They'll still be able to buy next round, but they'll be missing utility with this current purchase. 10 million too high. Making sure they can still afford full utility. And Miller perhaps saving for an AWP as well, having extra cash in the bank. We do have a technical pause following the 2 tactical pauses. Do a quick look at the veto. You can see at the top right hand of your screen. After this map, we'll be moving to Nuke. The map pick of Ents Academy. By far their favourite map. The highest win rate on HLTV at 50%. It's one of their most played. I think it's their second most played map. The Mirage Decider. And there we go. On your screen you can see the actual full veto. We've got the Anubis and Inferno bans coming out. Makes sense. Inferno, the perma ban of Ents Academy. Vertigo and Ancient bans, leaving Mirage Decider. You can see Copenhagen Wolves definitely leaning towards the more... I'll use the term puggy. The more puggier maps, the maps which you can get away with being more loose. We can already see on their T side here on Dust 2, it's very loose. But then banning out Vertigo, banning out Anubis. Anubis, while on the T side you can be very puggy and loose, you can't on the CT. The CT you have to be very coordinated on that map. But picking Dust 2. Okay, Mirage is a third. They even left in Ancient as a possibility. The maps where individual firepower, individual prowess can have some level of viability. Or at least some level of viability more so than the other maps in the pool. Whilst we wait in the break, we can have a quick look at how these two teams got here as well. Copenhagen Wolves. In fact, this is a rematch of the opening game between these two teams, which is Nuke and Mirage, which Copenhagen Wolves managed to win 2-0. Copenhagen Wolves then in the winners match lost to Anonymo in a relatively decisive fashion. And Ents Academy, they managed to beat Little Mix and knock them out in a close 2-0, 13-10, 13-11 to set up for this rematch. This time with Dust 2 in the mix rather than an early Mirage pick. So there is that level of confidence that Copenhagen Wolves are coming to this series with, knowing that they have already beaten Ents Academy. And they already beat them on Nuke and Mirage 2-0, which are the two maps left in this veto. Era is back in the server with us. Have a quick restart so Era can get money back from buying up the Kevlar. Ents Academy going to be sending 4 players over towards the B tunnels, setting themselves up. Smoke in towards the mid doors to try and block for information. Try and keep Era blinded in mid. Ents Academy setting themselves up, certainly for some form of a B hit. But Copenhagen Wolves have a decent counter in this setup. They have 2 players on towards the B side, and Era still holding mid, but as the time ticks by, he's going to fall back in towards CT. Shift away towards that A site. Now in this position he can easily be, or at least more easily be isolated, eliminated from the equation by just smoking off CT. Smoke him off. And Academy are just waiting, just taking their time slow, waiting for any information, any read that Copenhagen Wolves have to expire. Double smokes come in towards middle. Reaction after hearing those smokes from Sejin. Smoke off tunnels. He can focus now his attention in towards mid. But that second smoke blocks so much information. He can't see whether they've shifted out. In fact, the players have shifted out the tunnels instead. Magila, good for 1. Sejin traded. Magila trying to stay alive in the smoking. He does get 2. Gives the man advantage over to Copenhagen Wolves. But Ents Academy successfully get this bomb planted, and now they can try and hold this retake in a 2 versus 3. Question is their setup any better? But no, the flashes are stronger. Era fully blinds Miltsy. It leaves 2 high to try and clutch out the scenario, but no, he's pinned to the wall by Era. Copenhagen Wolves will find their way up onto double digits. Going to be an aggressive round here. Ents Academy finally get another gun round out. Copenhagen Wolves try and be disruptive, try and put a spanner in the works, but it backfires. Instead, they give 2 opening picks to Ents Academy. It's just dry fights, looking to get aggressive, looking to be disruptive. They just walk straight into the crosshairs of the Academy players. Now 2-man advantage, Ents Academy freeze. They sit back and relax. They wait for Copenhagen Wolves to get impatient. Wait for Copenhagen Wolves to make the next move. With such a heavy disadvantage, it's likely it will come. I'm gonna say that, a minute on the clock, Ents Academy, they try to execute in towards middle, but a beautiful shot from Schwartz flicks on towards Sejin. Miltsy thinks that he can find the time to lurk out towards long, but at least gets the information that Taperware is there. Guarantees that at most there's only 1 player towards B, but at least there's none. Ents Academy get the bomb planted on an empty bomb site. Copenhagen Wolves should just look to save. Attacking in towards long. Taperware will just spot the doors. Hero with the AWP will hold down from pit. Ents Academy closing the distance up to an 8th. Copenhagen Wolves have a decision to make with their funds. Do they buy or do they save around these 2 saved weapons? Era has plenty of cash he can drop over. And that he will. Drops over to Magila, an M4. And do an M4 of his own. The only compromise being Sejin on this MP9. This time a molly in towards the bottom of mid. Prevent anyone pushing. Miller with this AWP scoped up in the tunnels looking for a pick. Dink, a random spam through the mid doors. Dink's too high. A smoke deployed on towards short, but it gives Era a gap over the top. If they see the smoke, will they expect a boost? No, they won't. Schwartz walks straight into the crosshair. Beautiful setup for that opening pick. And that was a CT smoke. The intention there is that the T's know it's smoked, so they're not going to expect an AWP to be holding them if there's a smoke in the way. There's an intentional gap. Man advantage, but not only that, too high. Dink down low. After identifying that there was a boost up on towards short, they realised that at most there's only one player towards long. At least it's empty. So they walk into it for free, but in doing so they have made a bit of noise and information passed across. Counter smoke from the CTs towards long to try and hold them back. Good spray from Andu to line up two. Too high with the AWP. Will find one. Temi will catch a lurk. Forcing his way through the smoke. Taperware will find too high. Leaving Temi 10 seconds left. No chance of winning this round. Has to try and save and not die before time. Or die after time, sorry. Rather die before time. Copenhagen Wolves up to an 11th, just 2 rounds away now from taking Dust 2. Using the spawn towards long, Ents Academy try and approach for a pick with too high on this AWP. Doesn't find anything. In the meantime, they methodically work their way into lower tunnel's control, mollying out behind the box. A flash above the tunnel to push back anyone on short. Smoke now deployed on top of the doors. Can cover their cross. And Magila with a secondary AWP is searching, hunting in towards tunnels and spots nothing. That's information. The lack of players in tunnels. They know it's clear. These Copenhagen Wolves can focus their attention to other parts of the map. They can identify here that this is a short default. Util now deployed. Temi with a beautiful swing to catch off Andu. Era will find the trade and then some. He finds 2. Going to stick around behind the catwalk here. Re-smokes off short. Execution up on towards short. Taperware sticks around on the ledge and it's undoing. Sejin now fighting in towards CT. Finds the head of Miltzy. Too high trades on towards Era. Leaving Miller 1 versus 2. Sejin trying to go for the jump kill. But with the HE to finish off Magila. Copenhagen Wolves will secure the round. 2 players surviving, but Ents Academy get the bomb planted. They can go for another buy, another investment. Map point though for the international side. Tactical pause for Ents Academy. Back's now up against the wall, and this is their first. Well, it might have been a reset. I'm pretty sure they used one beforehand. I'm almost certain they did, yeah, because I mentioned the Whitey talking. But if they have tactical pauses left, they might as well use them. Make sure that they can discuss their approach for every single round for moving forward. They can only afford to lose... Well, they can't even afford to lose one. They have to be clean. Otherwise, Copenhagen Wolves will walk away with dust too. Going to be a long take for Ents Academy. Smoke towards the corner. Uncontested. Copenhagen Wolves instead, they're fighting heavy in towards short. In towards middle. That's a lot of information that Maggila's just gathered there. And easy cleared out the majority of mid, but also a deep molly in towards tunnels. And Era overstays his welcome, but what a shot from too high. The AK at that range beats the AWP, beats the sniper rifle. Opening pick and a man advantage, and Ents slowly creep their way up and towards short. Magila goes for a spam through the smoke, and so does Andu, and they're going to find one each. The flashes come through, but Temi will double up for the trades. Andu overwhelmed on the site, and Sejin dealt with him towards CT. A beautiful sight hit there from Ents Academy. Despite losing 2 players on the approach, they managed to find the trades. They managed to find the flash assists as well. Again, another long take, and again, uncontested. Copenhagen Wolves, they're going to be taking a knee. So they go for a full eco Era with just the scout, the rest on USPs. Temi has to try and hold himself in tunnels. He's good for 2, but will be overwhelmed by the numbers. As soon as that information is passed across, Ents Academy realise, okay, they have a numbers advantage on site. They can just accelerate, play the trade game. Exactly what they do. Just Andu with this Galil. It looks like he is going to attempt something here. Too High has him locked in. Schwartz. Not expecting Andu to be in front of the flames. Miller will shut him down. Any damage there from Andu would have been a consolation. Trying to see if he could find enough kills to put a compromise onto Ents Academy. A compromise could then end up being the difference maker to get Copenhagen Wolves one more round, or one last round. Ents Academy is still battling. They're up to double digits now. 12 to 10. Copenhagen Wolves try and counter Ents Academy, who fought long, heavy the last 2 rounds. They now fight 4 players over towards A, which means Sejin is isolated alone on this B bomb site. And he's not even good for 1. His HE did a lot of damage, but he gets domed. And now Copenhagen Wolves are locked out at this B bomb site with a man disadvantage. They don't have a kit either, and the utility, they had a decent amount of utility, but they didn't have any incendiaries, which are quite important for clearing out angles. Andu does take down Miltzy's lurk. But Copenhagen Wolves just going to be saving for the last round of this regulation. Ents Academy, the calling of the last couple rounds has been one step ahead. 2 long hits in a row. But they've taken long for free. 2 rounds where they've successfully converted the victory. Copenhagen Wolves overcorrect on the adjustment. They see the Ents Academy fight long 2 rounds in a row and were left unchecked there. So they fight with 3 players plus a 4th throwing supportive utility. So they invested 4 bodies in fighting for long, which meant they were so far away from rotating to support Sejin. Another tactical pause for Ents Academy. Could be one final one before we head into a potential overtime. Looks like it might be a bit of a rinse repeat. Ents Academy setting themselves up outside the B tunnels. A deep HE, but the pop comes through. They catch Zejin with utility in hand, but this time he's got support. He's got Magila to hold for him. They will shut down 3 players for Ents Academy. Make it a 4th. Leaving 2 high in a 1 versus 5. Ents Academy try and play some mind games there by calling a tactical pause and then just running pretty much the same strat again. This time Copenhagen Wolves, they're split up in a more default position. They're more ready for such an all-in play. Era will finish off 2 high. It'll be a 13-11 there for Copenhagen Wolves, only just about managing to take their own map pick. Some individual prowess coming out from both sides, and at the end of the day, Dust 2 is a map which Ents Academy aren't too familiar with. You could tell it came through that they individually didn't, well, as a team, they didn't have as many protocols. They had to use a lot of tactical timeouts on that T side for them to get those rounds, to get it that close. Whereas Copenhagen Wolves, even though they're more familiar with it, they were very mixy, very puggy, very loose and very scrappy in those fights. But at the end of the day, Dust 2 kind of lends itself to those sorts of engagements. So that's how they're able to take that map. We will be moving on to Ents Academy's map pick of Nuke. A stark contrast, a much more set-piece heavy map. That'll be up after the break in 11 minutes. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back to United21 Season 22. This elimination, deciders match. Still for elimination, but deciders match here between Ents Academy and Copenhagen Wolves. The winner through to the playoffs, the loser is eliminated. Copenhagen Wolves already one map up in the series, winning just to 13-11. Moving on to Ents Academy's map pick of Nuke. A little bit more of a set-piece heavy map, a little bit more of a quote-unquote tactical map. So a little bit. It's opposite extremes. Dust 2 versus Nuke. Copenhagen Wolves certainly a very scrappy team, but it's Ents Academy starting on that T side, and they'll be barreling down towards the ramp. Miltsy, taking control of Secret, will land the headshot on towards Magila. Andy mollied off down towards the double doors. 4 versus 3. Man advantage still for Ents Academy as the bomb is planted. Copenhagen Wolves trying to attempt this retake, but Sejin dealt with Era. Caught, knife out in the vent. Tapeware left the last player alive. Got to try and thin the herd. Does have a kit, so he can go for a later defuse. Extra 5 seconds to work with, but doesn't have a head to work with as Tammy takes it off. One round lead here for Ents Academy. Pick up that pistol round. Copenhagen Wolves, they have a choice. Do they go for that second round force or do they go for a full eco? Looks like it's going to be the latter. 5 USPs, not $1 invested. Going to be stacking their way in towards the ramp. I believe that's the Astralis stack in the dark corner. In the meantime, Ents Academy have free reign outside. The 1, 2, 3 smokes. Getting too high, deep in towards Secret. A reaction from Copenhagen Wolves. They break their stack on the ramp and look dead towards to the lower site. Kind of the whole purpose of Too High's aggression there in towards Secret is to pull that rotation down towards the lower site. In the meantime, Copenhagen Wolves, after the smokes fade outside, they deploy a second round of smokes towards main and lockers. Allows them to wrap towards CT. Copenhagen Wolves are just going to make a blind gamble here on the lower site. Say, look, if you do enter this B-bomb site, we've got 5 players here ready. Ents Academy are very, very split up. They're just going to rely on Too High. Searching for information. He spotted at least 2 players. Should identify or give the inkling that it is a lower site stack, especially with Heaven now cleared by Miltsy. Miltsy dinked down. Second shot, that's a Galil retrieved. Man advantage actually for Copenhagen Wolves. Schwartz also dinked, overwhelmed by the Mac 10. It's now a 2-on-4. This round is crumbling away for Ents Academy. Still, very little time on the bomb. Copenhagen Wolves have no kit. For them to actually convert this round to a victory, they need to get this diffuser off in the next couple seconds. Both players coming out of Heaven fall. Tapeware comes in late as a bait and will find Miller. Temi now has to play time and that's it. The round is won for Ents Academy. But only just. And all 5 players fall. Honestly, considering there was not a single dollar invested for Copenhagen Wolves, that's a disaster of a round for Ents Academy. They still get the victory, but all 5 players dying. I can pinpoint exactly where that round went wrong, and it's the fact that after Too High is down on towards that lower site, every single Ents Academy player was split up. Every single one of them. You had 1 player lower, 1 player T-roof, 1 player in Heaven, 1 player coming in towards main, 1 player on site. There's no cohesion, no coordination once they've identified that it's a lower stack. They're all split up and they all get isolated, caught in angles where they're shot in the side of the head. Now Copenhagen Wolves come to this round with a full buy and then already get an opening. It's a bit of an aggressive round for Ents Academy, looking to pop out the squeaky smoke. Miltsy's able to drop back down and towards the vent to pick up this bomb. But he's now isolated. He's stuck down here, pinned. It's too risky going back up the vent, and Andu is searching through towards Secret. Sejin has him locked down towards the ramp. There you go. Bomb recovered. by Andu. Just Temi. 1 versus 4. Back of the lobby now, shifting in towards Hut. Circling round, Majila's made his way in towards the door and will catch him in the side of the head. Now that's Temi's location revealed, 50 seconds. By the looks of things, Temi's going to go for a save. Still attempt things. We'll actually remove the AWP away from Era. Any damage that Temi does here will be beneficial. 30 seconds, he's going to be sprinting towards this bomb. Sejin and Andu both on the lower site to defend it. If the doors are open, there's a difficult crossfire for Temi. There they are. He's going to be exposed to so many angles on the site if he wants to recover this bomb. He's able to do actually over the cover of that smoke and will sprint up towards the vent, but Andu chases. Prevents him from escaping. Copenhagen Wolves successfully get the round again. It's a scrappy one there for Ents Academy. Nowhere near as tight as you'd hope it would be. Forcing their way out of the door. Out of Squeaky, trying to force their way down vent. They lose 2 players in the process. Now Ents Academy having to go for a force bite. The damage Temi did last round has successfully siphoned cash away from Copenhagen Wolves, but Temi now gets an opening. Vaporware goes down. The rest of the Ents Academy players are accelerating here in towards Secret, but they get caught by the spray from Andu, and he finds 2. Temi finds the timing to get down towards the vent, and he can now hold down these rotations. The only access point now for Copenhagen Wolves is ramp, which Era comes down first. I'm going to be rushing this plant down on towards the site, but Era good for 2, fully blinded. The bomb still planted though. Temi now in a 1v4 again. Spots the shadow of Andu, but the Tech 9 not the weapon for the job. Scoreline tied 2-2. Again, just a reminder, this is elimination, but this is also a rematch. This was the same matchup that happened at the start of this tournament, the start of Group 8. Where Copenhagen Wolves won 2-0 on Nuke and Mirage. Sejin now tested on ramp. Lands a flick onto Temi, but the spacing is so poor for Ents Academy. Temi is so far ahead of his teammates, he goes down. There's no trade, and Sejin can reset for another frag. And rotation comes through from Era. Millet tag down to half HP. We'll find the one onto Majila. But he's locked into this position. And Sejin, cheeky spam as the smoke blooms will collect the triple. Yes, that was an eco for Ents with a hero rifle. But even then, you might as well still have good fundamentals. There's no reason not to. Another gun round comes out. Era able to afford the sniper rifle now this time. Aggression outside. Schwartz shuts Era down, trying to walk through this lurk smoke. Andu finds a trade, shifting back in towards main. The fact that Schwartz was on his own, that could be passed across. That's information they know. The rest of the players likely then in towards lobby, but it's a topside pop. Too high with the Tech 9 of all weapons, finds the opening on towards the site. Taperware mows them down in towards heaven. Ents Academy, the pathing, the spacing, still just chaotic. Copenhagen Wolves now in a 2-round lead. There's another force buy for Ents. Galil on Schwartz. Pistols on the rest. They're forced. This is a half buy. It's a hero Galil on Schwartz. Everyone else, pistols and Kevlar. They can still buy next round. A 1-for-1 trade on towards the ramp, but Temi shut down in towards the door. Ira comes in to rotate to fill the void of his fallen comrade. Beautiful shot there from Miltsy on the Deagle. Catches Tapewear even in the off angle, but that's when Ira comes in to close. Schwartz down on this lower site. Bomb not in his control. Far removed from the action, but he does have a minute to play with. Magila on low HP. Also a rifle on his back. Shifts in towards main. There is a bit of a bait and switch set up here. As soon as Magila towards the vent takes contact, even if Schwartz clears him, Andy will be in a position to swing. Schwartz has actually found like the one position where he can walk in towards main to pick up this bomb. So Magila gets curious as the time ticks down and will catch Schwartz in the side of the head. Copenhagen Wolves up to a 5th Ents Academy now. Going to be taking a tactical pause, a much needed one. The Copenhagen Wolves, in response to that tactical pause, take one of their own. I do like that. That's not the first time they've done it this series. They did that on Dust 2. It's almost like taking ownership, taking control. It's like, oh, you're taking this pause. Tell you what, it's our pause now. On the surface of things, that doesn't seem very impactful, but it's also about the mind games, right? It means that Copenhagen Wolves, as Ents Academy had discussed what they were doing, the tactical pause ends. Time runs out and they're like, okay, we all know what we're doing. We're ready. Let's get this going. And then they've got to wait another 20, 30 seconds for Copenhagen Wolves' tactical timeout. Copenhagen Wolves to say, okay, now they've discussed what they're doing. What are we going to do to try and counter? Or even then, play the mind games. Maybe Ents Academy are now going to be worried about what Copenhagen Wolves are going to do. Molotov outside. Andy will find the opening. A blinder of a shot by the looks of things on towards Miltsy. Andy certainly a force to be reckoned with, the ex-Gamer Legion player. Before that was on Game Legion's Academy squad. Dunks its way on towards Schwartz. It's kind of got to try and recover this man disadvantage. Couple smokes thrown towards outside, but Magila's already got his way down towards Secret. And they're fighting heavy towards outside, and they shut them down. 2 kills for the price of 1. 4 versus 2. Now, for Copenhagen Wolves. What do Temi and 2 High do? What can they do? Top site is slightly weaker. Magila is down the vent. They might be able to catch him rotating up. The head not spotted. There we go. 2 High spots it eventually. Magila was just at that point where he can actually see, but the top of his head was poking over the top. So free kill. They try to swing, but that's the information given across. There's 2 players now who can activate a setup. They fall back. The molly actually finishes off Era. Temmie's now into 1 versus 2, and he's going to drop down the vent. Try and rush this plant. Taperware comes through, tries to isolate him. Gets Temmie off the bomb, but he gets the kill. Temmie ready for that swing to come from Sejin, sorry. Sejin wins the fight. Ooh, the BM as well. Getting off the defuse to spam the body. We could see the thought process there from Temmie. First worried about a faster ramp rotation, so planting safe from there. Here's Taperware sprinting down the vent to try and deny the bomb plant, allowing Sejin to bait. It's perfect, but Temmie reads it. But he can't land the shots. Taperware just goes for a wide swing. Completely drying towards Hut. Catches Miltsy off guard. Magila locks them in towards the door. Double swing as well comes through. Millet falls. It's a complete shutdown. Copenhagen Wolves are going strength to strength here on Nuke. Ents Academy can't find any answers. Nothing they're doing is working. I'll be honest, they're looking quite lost considering this is their map pick. Again, aggression. Copenhagen Wolves happy to try and fight close to these choke points of the Hut. Taperware will find 2 high, but there's a pounce on towards the ramp from 4 players trying to chase down Sejin. Era will get caught, only good for 1, runs out of bullets. Magila comes in to support Sejin to find 2. Copenhagen Wolves will collect an 8-3 player, surviving only 2 kills for Ents Academy. Another profitable round. Copenhagen Wolves, plenty of cash now for the rest of the half. If Era wanted to, he could throw away his rifle and pick up an AWP. 2 rounds left in the half. They can buy no matter what. Doesn't look like he's going to stick with the M4. Again, lobby aggression. Taperware tries the exact same thing, just sprints in towards Hut. And Magila, it's a lobby crunch. It's a slow lobby crunch, but Miller will collect a couple kills. Fat Sejin holds strong in towards the lobby, down to the 1 versus 1. The chaos sown by Copenhagen Wolves. Ents Academy somehow finding a way to weave through it all. 2 high. Tucked outside, waiting for Sejin's rotation, but Sejin's waiting for 2 highs. You can see the mind games. Both players think the other one is going to rotate into them. There we go. Sejin moves, checks outside, turns around, and 2 high spots his back. 2 high thinks he's gone in towards main. Oh no. And Sejin's just going to be shifting up in towards heaven. Does Sejin spot him towards the door? No, he doesn't. Too high. Clearing lobby to pick up this bomb. Retrieves it. It's going to be shifting in towards Hut. It's a matter of timing. Does Sejin get caught in transition in position? No, he'll spot the legs and win the fight. 2 high, perhaps really confused as to where Sejin got to there. Another clutch and another body spam for Sejin. Final round of the half. Ents Academy only round T side so far of Nuke. Yes, Nuke is the most CT sided map in the pool, but this is your map pick. You're supposed to have a strong T side on this one. Or at least have some semblance of a playbook on this map. And I'm back. I do apologise, ladies and gentlemen. My internet did drop out for a sec. Hopefully I didn't miss too much, but it does appear to be a 12-3 scoreline. Copenhagen Wolves 1 round away from closing out this series. From what I can tell, they managed to win at least a pistol. In the following rounds, get themselves up to map point, but it's Ents Academy who are currently in the driving seat, at least of this round. With this full buy, they've got the rifles in play, a couple AKs picked up from the last round. Passive hold right now. Copenhagen Wolves looking to see if there's any aim duels given up to them outside. Especially with Era on this scout looking to go for the wall bangs. Sejin is creeped out towards the ramp. Mollied off and overwhelmed. Era still searching for this kill outside. Seeing if Schwartz gives anything to him. A couple players are tagged down low and it's Andu who's actually going to get the kill. Onto Miller. Eventually, Era is overwhelmed, as is Andu. It leaves Taperware with the bomb, who is down the vent. If he wanted to, he could have got that plant down on towards our lower side, or at least attempted it. No, he'll go down. And so Ents Academy collect their fourth. They're going to have to get another 8 in a row to try and take us to overtime, to try and have a chance at staying alive in this tournament, in this decider match. Should at least be able to get a 5th round here. With Copenhagen Wolves, that was a force buy from them. This will be a full eco, 5 blocks. Although in the first half we did see them get 5 kills with nothing but USPs. See if the Glocks can do any better. Give me a sprint. Up over towards the main. Schwartz good for 2, overwhelmed by Sejin, but the rest of the players come in. Clean up crew. Dismantle Copenhagen Wolves eco. Now Copenhagen Wolves come into this following round with a bye. They have the AKs out in force. Ents Academy about to be tested. Do they have the metal to contest with the bye rounds? Will Ents Academy bow out of this group stage? Sejin, the opening pick on towards Teme. Another pick from Andu. Magila accelerating. The flashes on towards the site. The trades come through thick and fast, and it's just Miller. Blink and you miss it. 1 minute 30 on the clock, and Miller is in a 1 versus 3. Missed shot reveals his location in towards the heaven. Utility deployed. Goes for the swing, good for 1, but a counter swing comes through. Swinging on contact. Beautiful round there from Copenhagen Wolves. 13-5. They demolish Ents Academy. Ents Academy, who honestly looked lost on Nuke. On their own map pick, they looked like they had nothing to go off of. It barely even looked like they had a map, a playbook. They didn't fall back on many strats. It was very discoordinated, and Copenhagen Wolves did an excellent job at sowing seeds of chaos, causing chaos on their own terms. And that will be Ents Academy eliminated from United21. Copenhagen Wolves going through to the playoffs. That's Group A concluded. We'll move on to Group B, though, later after a break, where we've got Case Esports taking on Verdant in another decider match. That's up after this break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to United21 Season 22. We're on the deciders matches here today. We just had Ents Academy lose out to Copenhagen Wolves in Group A, with Copenhagen Wolves going through to the playoffs, but we're going to be moving on to Group B for this next best of three. You can see the overall bracket for the group stages on your screens right here. The teams currently who have secured places in the playoffs: Anonymo, Illuminor, Vipero, LNG, all topping the four groups. Moving on to the second place teams, we've got our first early today of Copenhagen Wolves, but we will be finding our second place team, if that makes sense, here for Group B, with Verdant versus Case Esports. We can see the pathway that these two teams have made over in the top right hand of your screen. This is actually a rematch. Verdant versus Case was the opening game of the group stage for both of these two teams. Case managed to beat Verdant 2-0. The only map they lost was a very close Vertigo that went into overtime that Verdant managed to win. Beyond that, Verdant swept aside Preezy, despite Verdant having two stand-ins, and then Case lost to Illuminar. Case relying very heavily on their AWPer of SBD to find any rounds, really, any impact beyond Dust 2 or Nuke and Ancient. They were very much lost, but we do have that rematch between these two teams. Now, speaking of the maps, we should be able to get the veto on the screen in just a moment. We can find out what the battleground will be, whether it's a repeat of the last time. So we've got Mirage and Anubis bands coming out. Vertigo Ancient pick, same as before, with an Inferno decider. Pretty much the exact same. In fact, the outcome is the exact same in terms of the maps that we are playing: Vertigo, Ancient and Inferno. There is a bit of a caveat here for Verdant, though, in that while, yes, we mentioned against Preezy they had two stand-ins, they had Dobbo and Bevy in place of Vacancy and Giraffe. Here, they have only one stand-in, they have Leaf playing in place of Vacancy. So still working with an extra player, but we're going to be heading into Vertigo in just a second. We'll see if sort of the ability to have a stand-in improves their mood. It's something which I spoke to Artist after that match about, was the fact that having those stand-ins, they seemed like the mood was much better, they seemed much more locked in, and they felt like whatever burdens they were having, which they're still struggling to pinpoint the issues they're having internationally, they just weren't there whilst they had a stand-in. So, without further ado, we head into Vertigo, and it's fast for Verdant. Sprinting, barreling up the ramp. They find the opening pick onto Ricciolo, but do they check for BSD, who's hiding here in the sandbags, baiting, waiting time. Execution comes through from Verdant. Leaf, not going to check it, actually. BSD activates with a USP. Lots of flashes coming in, but it's Yeps to get the triple kill. Eventually, BSD falls. It's Artist and Divi. A couple kills between them equalises it into a 2 versus 2. The smokes still locking out Urbano and Yezin. Divi overextended. Now Artist does find the trade. 1 versus 1, but Artist tagged down low. No Kevlar. Make this a difficult job for him. Yezin could just land a single body shot and it might be enough. Just dancing around this pillar. Artist trying to rely on this cover. Goes for a quick reload. Catches Yezin repositioning, but Yezin will land it. The body shot is enough to finish it off. Case get the first round on the board. For those who aren't familiar with Case, they are a Brazilian team. Over here, boot camping in Europe. Getting ready for the North American, or rather the Americas, RMR, which is coming up next week. They're getting some practice in against European teams, seeing if they can be tested by different play styles, play against different teams, see if they can prove themselves enough to make a good impression at the RMR and hopefully qualify for the major. So I think going to be going for a full eco here. Just Glocks, Urbano. We'll find the opening to Artist, breaking up that smoke. Verdant just sitting back, waiting to see if Case overstep. Extinct. Won't find any openings over towards B. Now the stand-in for Verdant is Leaf. Used to be the IGL for Gamer Legion Academy. Player from the UK, so he's familiar with this squad. I think he stood in for this lineup once or twice before. A player who is actually, I believe, looking for a team right now. So this is an opportunity for Leaf to showcase what he's got, although I'm assuming he'll be plug and play, be slotted into Vacancy's roles. The difficulty that Verdant have is that they have 3 aggressive riflers. They have 3 rotate players. They only have 1 anchor player. That's Giraffe, who's their sort of star anchor. Over the summer, when they replaced Ducky and brought Extinct back into the lineup, one of the issues they had was that the anchor roles, they didn't want to just make one of their players an anchor. So they sort of shared up the anchor spots between their 3 aggressive riflers. I think, pretty sure Vacancy is the mid player on this map, which is kind of one of those anchor spots. You want your aggressive riflers playing up towards A, but that'll be for the second half. Here in the first half, they're still on the T side. That's not quite as much of an issue. Extinct is being set up to lurk towards B, applying pressure, seeing if he can find some openings. Boosted up over the top of this smoke. Won't find an opening, but as he falls, Yeps lands the body shots. Extinct will perish. Artist seeing if he can find some sort of a trade frag, but receives a dink from an MP9 in the process. A lot of pressure applied to B. They've rotated, or caused a rotation of 3 players over towards this site, but with this rotation, this heavy stack from Case, they're going to use that as an overload to get aggressive, to get information. They clear out the B stairs, they push Artist all the way back and clear it out, get that information that he has fallen back, and now they can adjust their CT setup. They can start shuffling back over towards A, and they're going to need to now as Giraffe finds a headshot on towards Urbano. But Verdant have read this masterfully. They've waited for that reaction to come in from B, and then they filled in the void as Case have rotated over, leaving Giraffe on that lurk towards A. And they've just kept in. They've silently walked into an empty B bomb site. They've beautifully pulled the rotations here on Vertigo. And the flank comes in. Artist catches BSD back turned, and that's when Giraffe comes in, capitalising on Artist's distraction. They continue to hunt. Artist shadow spotted. Yeps goes for the pre-fire. Verdant shouldn't hunt too much more now. They want to keep 3 players alive, so it's still a profitable round. Otherwise, the round win will come at a financial cost. First round on the board for Verdant. Case still able to invest, saving 2 weapons. Ricciolo having to go down to a Famas though. There's some cracks showing in the buy. Early molly for Draft, just about gets it off before BSD peeks Ivy with the AWP. Artist and Extinct again, applying pressure over towards B. Defaulting towards this portion of the map, and they are going to find an opening. A spam from the smoke from Artist takes down Yeps. Man advantage now for Verdant. Twofold as Giraffe catches BSD, a wide swing on towards Ivy. No trade potential behind that setup from Case. I say that, but the HE does the job. And Yezin catches Extinct overextending. Divi does the same. Divi just walking up the slope on his own. A free kill. Man advantage now for Case. Artist in Leaf. Artist has Urbano pinned. Knows he tucked into this corner. Artist goes for the swing. Does catch Ricciolo. Urbano pivoting round. Should have spotted the barrel of Leaf. Will eventually, and then takes him down. Yezin finishes off Artist as well. I'm not sure what happened there. I think Artist, after getting that kill onto Ricciolo into the 2 versus 2, did he completely forget that Urbano was still tucked into that corner? A well-recovered round from Case Esports. Verdant, despite having a 5 versus 3, they just completely fumble that man advantage, give away too many picks. Extinct over towards B, Divi over towards A. Giraffe gets traded. HE stacked towards Ivy, trying to counter BSD, but some of the HE's not quite landing as close as they'd hoped. It does chop BSD down to 37 points of health, but it's not the kill that they were looking for. Verdant on that eco, they desperately needed that opening kill. On top of that, if it was removing the AWP, it would have been very apt. There's somebody sitting at the bottom of the ramp here. Bit of pressure made from Artist in towards middle, trying to pull a rotation, but BSD unwavering in his hold. Tapping at range, Artist will find the kill on towards Urbano. Weakens this A site. And Leaf has found the timing to walk up towards the site, but just about gets caught by Ricciolo. Kept in the meantime has pushed deep down towards B, so Case can overload this A site. Beautiful shot from Giraffe on 7 points of health. Make that 2 beautiful deagle shots. Make that 3. Giraffe, Callum Jones. 3 lovely deagle headshots. Single-handedly decimates that A-bomb site. Leaving Yeps coming in on this flank. Spotted now by Artist. Has an opportunity. Giraffe down on low HP. The HE doesn't quite land its mark. Giraffe dodging. Yep, searching. Needs to find at least one of these players before considering going for the defuse. Will tap the bomb. See if one of the player peeks. It will be Giraffe going out first. Confirms that Yeps is not on the bomb. And Divi just has to run away. Try and save. Tucks himself around the corner. Runs out of bullets though. 2 shots. Eventually goes down. But he's bought time. And Verdant with just pistols win the round off the back of Giraffe. Beautiful shots there on the deagle. And look at this, we're going to get the replay as well. Oh, we're being spoiled today. Bang. Bang. Bang as well. They're all instant. All of them first bullet. On 7 points of health, no less. Just dancing around the corner. Case feeling some economic woes right now as they force by a couple MP9s and a 5.7. They've only got 2 rifles to work with. Yeps on the saved AK, but that's already been decapitated. Draft now works his way up towards Ivy and again gets another pick. On towards Ivy on a free solo fight. Artist works the pressure in tandem with Extinct. A dangerous duo, the aggressive pair, but both of them fault in Yezin. They fail to trade. Artist on the wide swing. Extinct has to be forced through the Molotov, and now BSD's isolated Divi, who's also on his own, an island, with that AWP. Into the 2-on-2. This was Verdant's round all day. They had 2 openings. A smoke dropped by Leaf. Locks BSD over towards A, and Giraffe has found that 1 versus 1 fight again, bailing out Verdant on another round. Will secure that victory. They'll get their 3rd round on the board, but BSD managed to get away with an AWP, a weapon which they did not have otherwise. Okay, so they don't have the funds to buy despite the saved AWP, so they're going to have to eco around it. But this AWP is still a danger weapon. And we saw Case against Illuminati. It was really BSD who they relied upon for them to get round wins in that series at the very least. So we'll see if with this sniper rifle he can set himself up to find the picks to shut down Verdant on his own. And when I say on his own, I don't actually mean on his own. I mean, can his teammates invest their bodies, invest their utility, invest their setups to try and set BSD up for an opening pick? But no, they can't. Divi wins the AWP duel. A head-to-head battle as both AWPers crept in towards middle. AWP recovered by Niezin though, and he will find the trade. Kills the rival AWPer as he falls back. Leaf now tucks and finds his first frag. Catches Ricciolo. Tries to give Giraffe some support. Giraffe runs out of bullets and Leaf will find the double kill. Verdant convert the round. So identifying the AWP's location, they shut it down. And Verdant have accidentally saved 2 AWPs. Now, Artist, no stranger to the AWP. Again, he was the primary AWPer before Divi joined this roster back in May. And he has been a primary AWPer for much of his career. Divi will take his AWP. Here towards A, Artist over towards B. In the meantime, Leaf left to lurk in towards middle. Goes down for free. Activates too early. Artist finds the pick. Divi the same. The double AWP revealed. Case wondering what they're working against right now. 3 players left, 2 defending A. Mid completely open, but the fact that they killed Leaf early means they've got a level of reinsurance. They don't have to worry about mid, but they do have to worry about Divi still. BSD looks to get curious, tries to recover the disadvantage that they're at, tries to take a fight, but in doing so walks into the patient waiting arms of Divi. Niezin finally comes in on the flank and activates, but Extinct is there to trade and anticipate Extinct to be around that corner, leaving Ricciolo 1 versus 3 with Niezin taken down. They realise likely that the B site is free. Giraffe will get taken down. Transitioning between positions. Trying to shuffle that AWP away, I believe. And doing so will actually be his undoing. As Ricciolo now can pick up that AWP and try and save this weapon to drop over to BSD. Extinct circling. Flanked to the A site. Little does he know Ricciolo has rotated round through the catwalk. Artist might accidentally run into Ricciolo here. He will. So a very costly round there for Verdant. Surviving with only 1 player. Both AWPs taken away from Verdant. Both of which netted them opening picks. Still, they've got enough cash to drop one over to the Frenchman. Eco for Case around this AWP. BSD with the AWP. Posted up, does find Extinct. Attempting this execute, but the AWP is here to counter, and they found 2 opening kills. Divi finally shuts down the rival AWPer of BSD. Make it 2-fold. Niezin, the long arms, reaches out for another one, but Artist punishes. Finally, Verdant have got a grip on this round. Ricciolo and Urbano. 2 versus 3. The smoke fades, and Ricciolo does land one onto Artist, but there's a trade. That's what matters. The trade kills. Urbano. Shadow spotted, but Divi will collect a triple kill against the pistols. Recovers the round, shuts down the rival AWPer of BSD. Another opening attempt here for Verdant. This time in towards middle. Leaf chaperoning Divvy with this AWP. Ramp not denied by Verdant, so Case have the freedom to peek down and gather information. Not only that, Ricciolo's going to push down. Gets himself into a very forward position. Tag team with himself and Urbano. Smoke deployed. Breaks up the fights. Bit of a spam. Ricciolo and Urbano shoved back. Ricciolo will find the opening on towards Giraffe. Artist fails to trade. They'll want to overextend considering he has the bomb on his back. Him going down would most certainly be the round lost. They'll start to posture in towards mid. Divvy does land the shot, but it's taken down by Ricciolo. BSD holding down this B bomb site. Artist and Leaf left in the 2 versus 3. Leaf creeping in towards middle. Caught off guard by Yeps. Artist flashed off. BSD will collect the double. Case get their 4th. A little bit more of a spread out play there from Verdant. The fact that they sent Divvy in towards mid, it kind of weakened their approach towards both B and towards A. Didn't have that AWP to hold down the long ranges towards A on A, or they also didn't do much utility to stop Case from pushing down the ramp. They gave up a lot of that map control. If they were a bit more assertive towards A, perhaps Case would have had less of an idea as to what was going on. Into round 11, and Verdant are going to be forcing up. Divvy does have that AWP up again. Artist with the Soul AK. Got a couple Tech 9s on Leaf and Extinct. Giraffe with the Mac 10. Keeping their way up towards ramp this time, but Case have made a deep information play, clearing out middle. The boost comes through from Urbano, and he's good for 1 quickly before dropping so as not to be traded. Case, I've got the full picture now. They spotted the players on the ramp. The boost comes back again to find the kill on towards Divvy. They don't expect it a second time. BSD holding down with the AWP. It's now just Giraffe. 1 versus 5, and they know he loves to play towards Ivy. He's a deady Ivy lurk. Be hunted down. Case up to a 5th. Verdant's force by does not land its mark. And instead, the final round of the half, they will be on a pistol force. Kevlar and 5 Tech 9s. A decent amount of grenades, so if they wanted to do a delayed hit, they could. They have some time to block and deny information. Now just going to be creeping in towards mid, but this is where BSD is waiting. The right spot at the right time. Flashes come through. BSD fully blinded, now pushed off the angle, goes for the re-peek and lands the shot untraded. Extinct is going to charge in towards this smoke. Yezin has it held. All of these players for Verdant, they just force their way through multiple smokes where they're being held by multiple players. Just Divvy, 1 versus 4, will catch the AWPer, but counter spam through the smokes is his undoing. We'll see a 6-6 half. Strong spree of 5 in a row for Verdant, but well recovered by Case with those last 3 rounds. Albeit the latter 2 against a much weaker buy. We're swapping over onto the next side. We'll see now if the stand-in of Leaf, where he's been selected to play, whether it is the lurk spot. I say the lurk spot, the anchor spot of middle. Looking at the last time these two teams played, it was an 8-4 half in favour of Verdant on their T side. So this is a marked improvement from Case. I think if it is a repeat of last time with another 8-4 half, this would be Case's map to win. They are going to be sprinting up towards the ramp. Leaf reveals his location here towards the sandbags. Mollied off as well. He has to try and land at least one shot. In fact, he does one better. Gets two before falling. Man advantage secured by Leaf, and he's bought so much time for this rotation simply by staying alive, fighting in the flames. Artist now seeking information. Walking around the edge, catches BSD's leg. He drops. The swing comes through from Giraffe with the Julies. The head taken. Another Julie swing from Extinct, leaving Yeps, and he's overwhelmed. Beautiful round. Both Giraffe and Leaf. Verdant. Strong start now. They have a prime opportunity. Not only that, no bomb plant for Case. Verdant can stretch their lead. They can get that 8th that they were searching for in the first half. Be full Glocks for Case. They'll be shifting towards the bottom of the ramp. Leg spotted for Divvy. Will catch Ricciolo. The swing then comes through on contact. The MP9's only good for 2. Leaf runs out of bullets. Only finds 1. Down onto low HP. But we'll finish off the rest. A triple kill collected for him. Padding some stats. Giving him some confidence kills. As the stand-in here for Verdant. Round 15, we have the first buy for Case here on their T side. They've got the AKs. The AWP on BSD as well, so he can search for these opening picks. He can try and pin down these long range angles on the A ramp. It does appear Leaf is posted up towards A, so he's going to be playing with Artist. Double HE stack towards default. Neither CT player in that location. Rotation comes through. There's now 3 players towards this B bomb site and a 4th nearby, but Niezin being boosted up will catch Giraffe. Divvy reveals his hand with this AWP. Posted up towards B. Yeps now trying to fill a void, believing that mid is open. Might be able to find the timing here as Leaf is actually rotating away. And this is the rotation to make for Verdant. The A site is the target. An Artist leg spotted by BSD, but Artist will get the kill and fully jiggling, running and gunning. Finds Ricciolo. That puts a span in the work for Case. They weren't set up to react, to pounce on towards that site. Now it's just Niezin. The lurk of Yeps falls. Leg spotted. Divvy will catch the shoulder. A 9th now for Verdant. They shut down the buy for Case. Verdant will come into, Case will come into this round with 3 Tech 9s. P250 and a Glock, and it's fast. Fast paced up towards the ramp. Ricciolo's found timing and caught Artist completely off guard. Divvy thankfully finds a trade. That's an opening kill on just pistols for Case. Fortunate for them, they won't be able to retrieve this rifle. Extinct shadow spotted as he shifts across the bridge. There's 2 players lying in wait. It's such a long shadow coming in from that bridge. Yep, catches Giraffe in middle as well. This round is being unpicked apart for Verdant. Just Leaf and Divvy and Orp against these pistols. Full weapons. Setting up some counter utility. Molly deployed on the site. Try and soften up Niezin. Delays him from the plant for another 5 seconds. Almost catches. Gets caught by Leaf. These close range engagements here on the B-bomb site. Divvy is taken down and Leaf runs out of bullets. Case with just pistols secure around victory. And Artist, the IGL, who went down first, caught by a rush on sandbags, had to watch it all from the spectator position. Verdant be entering with a force bite. And P9 on Divvy, 5-7 on Giraffe. HE try and dunk on Giraffe. Goes a little bit too deep. The second one doesn't hit him at all. A flash causes a bit of a reaction from the Case players. It's a 3-man lean currently for Verdant. They're going to get aggressive. Niezin tries to dodge the flash, but eventually Giraffe will finish him off with the 5-7. The opening kill. Yeps, in the meantime, it's crept out of middle. The assistance of Urbano. They found the timing of full contact. Divvy knows it's a possibility. He will catch Neps. Or Yep, sorry. Back turned. Meantime, BSD has fallen over towards A. Extinct gets information that they've walked their way in towards elevator. Artist holding down a strong alpha angle. Will catch Urbano. Yep's left on low HP. Artist just jiggling. Goes for the swing. Will collect a triple kill. Verdant up on 10. A clean round for them. They don't lose a single player. It's a 5-7 of all weapons to get the opening as well. Good reactions over towards A. Also secure them the bomb. Case going to be taking a tactical pause. Perhaps to address their buy here. BSD can get an AWP, yeah. And they can get 3 rifles. 2 AKs, 1 Galil. Ricciolo will have to go down to a Mac 10, but the buy isn't good. They're limited on utility, and when you're limited on utility, you have to be precise and concise with how you use it. You can't just burn a lot of grenades denying map control over the course of a full round limit and then play for a late round, because you'll run out of utility. You won't have any grenades to then close in on a site for that last minute execution. So your options are normally either be very frugal with your grenades, don't use any early on if you're going to play slow, or if you're going to use them, you need to make sure you capitalise upon them, which is why you often see on this sort of buy, something fast comes to mind. So Case are playing relatively slowly, going for a bit more of a contact play. Up towards Ivy, but Leaf is pushed in front of this smoke. He's got a whole corridor that belongs to him right now. Clenches the smoke. Ricciolo pushes through, but Leaf dodges it. Here's the flash bounce. Divvy also find a pick on towards Niezin in mid. BSD reveals the AWP on ramp, finding Artist. Leaf, I know that he was last seen in towards Ivy. Another smoke towards the bottom of the scaffolding, and a molly denies all that ground from Case. Verdant going to fall back to a safer setup on site. BSD contacting his way in. I think some steps may have been heard on the ramp. Divvy. Flash comes through. Goes for a double peek with him and Extinct. BSD caught out in the open. It's just Yeps now. It's crosshair placement, not the one as Divvy repeaks. Verdant up to an 11th. Looking much more comfortable here on Vertigo now on their CT side. Again, last time it was an 8-4. Verdant weren't able to get 4 rounds on their CT. Already they're up onto 5. And judging by this investment from Case, strong possibility it's a 6th. Say that the 1 round Case did win, or have won, in this half was with Tech 9s. Ricciolo already in a forward position at the top of the sandbag, seeing if he can punish. Catches Artist off guard, and even finds Leaf. A messy spray. Again, Artist is caught off guard on the sandbags against pistols, and now Niezin has walked his way in towards middle. A full contact, catching Verdant off guard, keeping them honest. Can't convert the kill. Divvy will finish off Ricciolo. It's just a 1-man advantage, and no weapons recovered for Case. As long as one more Verdant player doesn't fall, Verdant should be able to wrangle control around number 19 again. There you go, Giraffe. Takes down Niezin. They no longer have to worry about that mid-lurk. They can focus their attention towards this A site where they can play retake. Divvy lands a tag, low HP now on Urbano. Bomb planted, 3 versus 3. Yeps has recovered an M4. They need to try and establish a post plant, establish some sort of crossfire, but they can't do it. They're already pinned, already have eyes on them. They can't move out of position until Yeps does. And he catches Extinct, he himself, in transition. And Giraffe, so reliable, another quad kill. Bails Verdant out of another round where it gets scary, it gets close. Verdant are just about able to collect or get themselves up onto map point on their pick of Vertigo. Case that was an eco for them so that they could afford this investment here. They forfeited the odds of last round to have some this round, but Case have found an opening, right? There's a couple times now where they've managed to catch Artist off guard, make that a 3rd time. He's caught off guard by Urbano just sprinting up the ramp. Case not kept in check. Another opening kill. Fortunately it's traded, but still Case going to be happy with a 4 versus 4, make it 4 versus 3. Divvy loses the York fight to BSD. Things rotating in. Can't quite finish off one. Fortunately, Leaf is there in place. 2 versus 2 still. Tries to hold its own, but can't quite land the shot. The Molly will be the one to finish off BSD. Giraffe in a clutch, 1 versus 2. He does have a smoking kit, so a retake would be viable. Right now, Case is searching. They don't want to rush this plant. The smoke going to be faded. Giraffe spotted. The smoke fades as he turns a corner. BSD will take him down. Case up to an 8th. And it's a sticky buy here for Verdant if they go for it. Divvy can drop one over. Going to choose to go for util instead. Extinct on the 5-7. Divvy could drop over an MP9. Is the thought process for Divvy there keeping extra cash in case he wants an AWP further down the line? But if you're investing here, you only need 1 round. So if you win, you win. This is your all-in round. You should be able to drop over an MP9. Even let Artist sell an MP9. Drop the MP9 to Artist, so he can get extra utility. No, the one weakness that Verdant had was Artist getting caught off guard. by aggression, early aggression on the ramp. So they've bolstered it with an extra third. Divi starting towards A, but Leaf, another opening here towards A. Leaf goes down. Here's in. Attempts a fight towards B. Two players reveal their location, but Extinct reveals his 5-7 as well. Extinct goes for the peak. Will finish off Yazin. 5-7, good for one before being traded. Giraffe now repositions, moves closer. It's a full clip, but it's only on the M4. Will find one, but again, it's a good trade. Divi flashed off the angle. Reese peeks. A beautiful shot onto BSD. Puts into the 2-on-2. Caught peeking around the edge of the smoke. Falls back. An artist flank discovered. Dealt with. Divi with only one bullet in the chamber. Smoke being faded. This should be a save for Divi, unless an opportunity presents itself. There you go. Goes for the pre-aim onto default, but yep, dodges. Okay, so I'm going to be exiting towards CT. Yep's hunting somewhat. Looks like he's going to safely slink away towards middle. Tactical pause for Case. It's a worrying setup now for Verdant. Finally, their economy is broken. So far, they've had control of the financial game in this second half. So they've had such ease on this CT side, but no longer. Verdant will be on just pistols. One P250 brought up to support Divi with this AWP. Divi with this AWP up towards A. Misses the first shot, but again it's fast from Ricciolo. Catching off Artist. Messy spray though onto Leaf. So he'll give over the AK. Doesn't matter though, Urbano catches them, and then it's exactly when Extinct turns around and Yeps walks out middle. Just Giraffe with that P250. Only good for one. Case convert the round. 12-10. 2 rounds left of regulation. Verdant need just one of them. Just one. I'm going to choose to invest in this one here, round 23. Divi another AWP out. 4 M4 A1Ss. Handful of grenades. Urbano again, aggression up this ramp, unchecked. Divi had his crosshair on him, but can't quite land the shot. Instead, Urbano wraps around the scaffolding to catch Divi. Pre-fire spam takes Leaf down to half HP. Now they're accelerating up towards B. The amount of pressure that Urbano has created. Leaf finds Yeps on the lurking towards middle. Giraffe through the smoke, good for one. It's traded. 3 versus 3. Extinct mows down 2. It leaves Urbano in a 1 versus 3 scenario, who's already got 1 kill, looking for the quad. Catches Leaf over the top of the smoke. Catches Extinct round the edge. Multiple solo fights given up. It's just Artist versus Urbano in the 1 versus 1. Bomb going to be planted. Artist looking to see if he can hold for a reposition. Concerned about the possibility of a flank, and Urbano catches the transfer. A good spray. Urbano with the 1 versus 3 quad kill. Not just the opening kill, but the closing 3. To get Case their 11th, to bring us to round number 24. Just look at all these fights given up for free. No trades coming through at all. Over the top of the smokes. At the top of the fog of war. Finding one towards heaven and catching extinct, extending towards default in a predictable spot. Case taking their last tactical timeout. They've got such a good opportunity. This round is ripe for the picking. As Verdant, after losing that investment in the final round of regulation, they're going to be on a force buy. 3 MP9s, a FAMAS, and an M4. Now Verdant, they're no stranger to force buys. They do love these scrappy investments. For better or for worse. They actually set up a firing squad towards the top of this ramp, waiting for either a Banner or a Ricciolo to go for that aggressive play. Falling towards sandbags. They decide to swing on the contact. Lee thinks he can take the time and catch him with utility out. They're playing much slower of a game here, Case. And they're rewarded for it. The opening kill. They're just sat, constricting, waiting for the pushes to come. Divi, the wide swing. Does find one with the MP9, but Ricciolo catches him pinned, unable to fall back, unable to escape behind that Molotov. It's a trade. It's a 1-for-1. Bomb drops over here towards A, and BSD just walks into the angle, catching Artist. Two versus 4 will be needed to be won by Verdant to win it right here, right now. Extinct catches a glimpse of BSD. BSD on such low health, one bullet would do it, but it's risky in the meantime. Case have found the time to catch the rotation on towards B. An empty B bomb site, but Giraffe, before the flames land, will catch Nyezin. Extinct just walks through the smoke. A little bit soon. Even Giraffe on his own, and BSD's flank comes in. We're going to be going overtime. Just as you thought Verdant had it. I mean, what were they up? It was at least 12-8. Maybe even 12-7. And Case bring it back 12-12. They find the weakness in Verdant's defense. Just sending one player rushing up the ramp. Because the thing is, what's so hard to deal with is if you can't counter just one player rushing up the ramp, he gets that kill, it puts your rotations in such disarray because one player can take down your A site defense. The B players can't compensate. They can't try and recover that because they'll end up rotating. They'll leave B, they'll go towards A, but the thing is, it's just one player. There's still another 4 players for them to be concerned with across the rest of the map, still lurking towards B, still finding timings towards middle. We head into overtime. No more economic woes for either side. We play on 16k. There'll be no saving here in OT. The HE's blown open the smoke to allow Divi to go for that AWP pick behind, but only lags the tag on towards BSD. They can't exactly finish him off with HEs either because they used them to open up the smokes, but Divi had Ricciolo pinned as the smoke itself fades. They do find that opening frag. Meantime, Extinct, despite the cover of that smoke at the top of the stairs, he slinked his way all the way down the B stairs and has very forward information. He isn't looking to go for this late lurk. Question is, does he clear Extinct? Single molly used. Bit of pressure to either side, B and A. Extinct can confirm that there's no one here though. There's no reaction, there's no follow-up behind that Molotov, there's no players here. So he can tell his teammates, look, there's nothing B, it's just a bit of noise. They're trying to pull the rotation away from A. Keep the defense. Looks like Verdant were about to attempt the boost, but they missed the timing, and oh no, Urbano has found a pathway, a tunnel through the smokes. Yep, gets an opening, Urbano strikes. Knows that Artist is in the smoke. Leaf on his own, isolated by multiple players. The Verdant A-site defense has fallen once again. One-for-one trade. Artist now in the 1 versus 2. And as I mentioned before, no saving in overtime. I think he's been spotted crossing, and there you go. Yeps holds for him. Case will take the lead. It's the first time since at some point in the first half, I believe. But so far, again, this A-site hold for Verdant is proving troublesome. Leaf struggling to find the impact when they actually come his way. Artist constantly being caught off guard. Beautiful. Flashbang, fully blinded. Artist gets the kill. Leaf slinking down the scaffolding will find BSD. There is one singular trade from Case, but it's a man advantage for Verdant. Yep, now slinking out of middle as well. Caught off guard by an Extinct off angle. Giraffe about to do the same over towards B. As the Case default falls apart, all the players resort to lurking, resort to finding heroic plays. But it's Urbano who's on a heater right now. Want a clutch to get them into this spot, but this time there's no smokes to cover Verdant from establishing a double peak. Verdant will get their 13th. Going to be an opening attempt here towards B from Giraffe, using his spawn, jumping, strafing around the danger box, the danger wood. But he's met with heavy resistance. At the very least, should have secured a lot of information. Case know this. Going to use that to their advantage. They're not going to overcommit. They're just going to continue to make it look like they're still here towards B. Bomb shifts away towards A. Spread that out. Spread back out, should I say. Now that advantage is made twofold, Niezin catches Extinct under the catwalk on B. Divvy waiting for this Yeps lurk. He knows that it's a frequent occurrence. Smoke deployed for Artist. Niezin is going to see that as an opportunity to play around this smoke. If he can find an opening. But it comes back to bite him. Artist rewarded for his patience. Niezin punished for over-peaking, but still a man advantage for Case. This entire time they've been pushing and pulling the rotations, knowing that they have the advantage here, the man advantage, but also the info. They've pushed them back towards A. A little bit of utility. They were set up to just walk into a B site, which was empty. But the fact that they've not met any resistance towards A, it's going to entice Case to commit with this bomb. And they are going to be rewarded for it. Yeps lines up 2. An Artist also falls. It did get a little bit... Well, I personally got a little bit hesitant there with the fact that they were about to walk into 3 players on Verdant. But no, The site hold, the site take, sorry. Plays out and Case get a 2-1 half in overtime. Just 2 rounds away from stealing this map. We swap sides. Verdant now on the T side. And again, this was a 6-6 this time around. Earlier on in the tournament, when these two teams first faced, it was an 8-4 half in favour of Verdant. So we'll see if their T side has what it takes. Got a lot of opening picks there from Divi. Constant pressure from Verdant to apply for map control and picks between A and B. Sometimes mid as well. And Giraffe constantly finding space and timing up towards Ivy. That was the recipe for success that Verdant were able to cook with. Case found a decent amount of success with BSD posted up towards B as well, shutting down any attempts for a B pick. At the moment, Verdant setting their way up towards the ramp. Hiding behind the smoke. They found Ricciolo overextending. They're going to continue to press. An advantage now for the T side. Start to shift away, but look at this. Case, they overload. They gamble a rotation. Maintain 3 towards A and use this stack. 3 out of their 4 players to get information. An aggressive setup. BSD holds towards default. Now flashed off as he's only good for 1. Giraffe's lurk dealt with. Leaf closes the distance but can't finish off BSD. And BSD lands the flick on towards Artist. It's just Divi. 1 versus 3. Pinned in towards the white box. In Case will get themselves up to 15. Up to map point. Leaf, unfortunately, just not hitting the clean shots. We've seen it time and time again when people are on his screen. It's a shaky spray. It's body spams. If he was clean with the headshot there when he went to overwhelm BSD, BSD wouldn't have had the time to land that body shot with the AWP. Nice early HE from Yezin. Chunks taken out of Artist from the shrapnel. Momentum heavily on the Brazilian side right now. Again, Verdant look for an opening towards A. This time Giraffe taken down a peg by Ricciolo, and he's going to find a triple. A beautiful off angle to find the first. Catches the second and even transfers to the third. Leaf and Divi in a 2 versus 5. The French AWPer, the British stand-in. And Urbano boosted up. Spotted by Leaf. There's a free kill and he doubles up. Leaf finally showing his mettle. Make it a third as it's Yezin to find the messy spray. Into the 2 versus 1 though as Divi overextends. Leaf on such low HP after that previous engagement. 30 seconds on the clock. Bomb on his back. Drops a smoke towards the site. He's going to creep his way towards the sandwich. The timing, not on his side. BSD catches him. In Case will steal Vertigo away from Verdant after being 12-7 up Verdant choke the lead and only win one more round out of the, next, I don't even know how many that was, next 9, next 10, they only win one. It's an unfortunate showing for them, and that is their map pick loss. We'll be moving on to the next map pick of Case after a quick break, so don't go anywhere, we will be right back. Well, welcome back to this decider match. Verdant versus Case here at United21 Season 22. Case Esports managed to steal Vertigo away from Verdant in a little bit of an upset, a bit of a comeback as well, from 12-7 down to taking the map. We move on to Ancient, the pick of Case, and they're going to be barreling into this pistol round with accelerated speed. Artist, the lone defender of A, and he's already gone. BSD, Domes, the rival IGL, and Yezin is getting aggressive, pushing through the smoke in towards CT. 1-for-1 trade, but gets the information of the rotations. Bomb planted, 4 versus 3. Verdant, they've got to try and retake this. They don't have a kit. Early flash. Gets them out towards default. Case hunkered down in towards Donut. Strong post plant position. There's no smoke, no kit, nothing to stop Case from just dismantling any diffuser. There you go, the wide swing comes out. Verdant capitulate. Case get the first round on the board. Now again, those who missed me mentioning it in the last map, this is a rematch of the opening game of this group, of Group B. In that map, in that series, it was the exact same veto, the exact same maps: Vertigo, Ancient, Inferno. Last time, Verdant won Vertigo in overtime. This time, they lost it in overtime. And we're moving on to Ancient, which Case last time won 13-10. Bearing in mind, Verdant also currently working with the stand-in of Leaf. And number 2, Verdant going to be going for a full eco. Deagle brought up on Divi. So mid-stack. Case prioritising this B site. Ricciolo trusted with maintaining cave control. In the meantime, Case do a full execution onto this B site. They can split cave control. Ricciolo spots Leaf. And a couple more players in towards middle. Verdant are just going to be playing for exits here. The bomb already planted for Case. And they're already hunting. Mac 10 on Yeps gets an extra couple kills. More kill reward. Case a clean round. Round number 3, Verdant going to be going for a full buy, but look at the utility. On a map like Ancient, which is quite expensive when it comes to the amount of utility you need at the start of the round as a CT, they only have 1 incendiary. You need those incendiaries to fight for any map control, specifically towards lane. That incendiary. Burn in towards mid. In fact, no, they've got a second. Divi has one now. Must have been chucked over. Verdant playing towards the extremities, a 2-1-2 setup. Leaf, after not spotting anything in middle, is going to fall back. Verdant just burning through their smokes. Case, this is very slow. Very tentative from them. A re-smoking towards red room. Leaf should call that was thrown from the bottom of middle. Finds the timing for the spam. Does take Niazin down low. Urbano fully flashed. Good movement. Gets him out of dodge. Ricciolo goes for the wide swing. But Urbano is the one to get the double kill. A 2-for-1 trade. Man advantage now for Case. After that presence in towards cave, Case are setting their sights towards this A site. They shift through the smoke where Giraffe lies in wait. Leg spotted. Even going to get a second. Giraffe holding down this A site. Puts the man advantage now into Verdant's favour. Bomb should also have been spotted. I'm pretty sure he's seen BSD. But Urbano comes in from Donut. Catches Giraffe in the side of the head. 2 versus 2. Divi. The rotation comes through. We'll find BSD. Leaving Urbano in towards Donut. He's locked in and blinded. Searching for the ace. Who's the man of the hour, man of the moment for Case. Who won a 1 versus 3 clutch to get Case into overtime on Vertigo. But I won't be clutching out today, not at least on this round. So they didn't get their first round on the board. investment on both sides. This time Verdant have the utility to fight aggressively. It's a 1-for-1 trade in middle though. Leaf then has to forfeit mid control. Concerned about the possibility of the player splitting in from heaven. He takes another solo fight and he wins it. A reactionary push from Artist and Extinct down the slope. It catches off Urbano. A 2-man advantage now, a 4 versus 2. Divi defending the A site on his own. Spots the push from Ricciolo in towards Donut. Smoke's deployed, blocking off the sightlines between long and short. 50 seconds left, but Case are going to commit. Both Verdant players playing in front of the smokes, but a whiff from Extinct, blinded by the flash. Sets up Artist on the bait. He's only good for 1, but the rotation comes through from Divi. Trades are what matter for Verdant. 2 for 2, they tie the score. Not only that, they break the bank for Case. Full Glocks for Case. They're going to be sprinting in towards middle, but no red room smoke means that at range, these weapons can reign supreme. Quick kill, couple kills. The bomb also showing its face in towards middle. But this entire time, Yezin has crept his way in towards this A site and secured a deep position. Divi, though, has A main pinned. Strafe comes round. Divi misses the first shot, doesn't miss the second. Whips out the USP. And even collects the third. Not getting caught off guard by Niez in the forward position from him. Doesn't come into effect. Clean round for Verdant. Don't lose any players. They also don't concede a bomb plant. Oh, I missed smoke there from Extinct. I believe there was the instant B door smoke not thrown. This time Case, they're getting aggressive towards middle. Fast, Niezin through the smoke, gets his way towards jungle. Verdant playing behind the smokes, blocked off on their sightlines. Smoke thrown from Artist to try and block off Cave. Urbano walks his way through, but Ricciolo isn't there to trade. Doesn't want to walk his way through that smoke. Shoulder spotted. Artist looking to collect a second kill, but baited out. Ricciolo trades. Meantime, Niezin overextends into red room. A Leaf set a trap. Util deployed. A perfect flash from Giraffe. Sets Leaf up for another kill, but there is that trade. Man advantage and a spam from Giraffe. Ricciolo down low. He'll be finished off by Extinct. 1 versus 3 for BSD onto this B site. MP9 bullets fired in his direction and will isolate Extinct. No trade coming off of that. Verdant, they've split up. They've isolated. Gave an opportunities for these 1v1 fights. And Giraffe another 1v1 given, but BSD down low on HP. Divi with the USP in hand will eventually finish it off. But a 1 versus 3. Again, Verdant giving solo fights. Giving 1 versus 1 fights. That's the exact recipe for losing a clutch. If you're BSD, what you want is for Verdant to split up. That's what you want. You want them to come one at a time. Technical pause. Hopefully it will get resolved as soon as possible. In the meantime though, the bomb plant for Case gives them that little bit extra cash and they're going to use it to go for a half bite. Pistols and Kevlar. Decent amount of grenades. Verdant. At the moment, I'd say they're flush for cash, but Giraffe and Extinct yet to buy, so their bank balances will soon dwindle. Looking at Case's investment, I'm likely to expect some sort of fast play from them. Using these Tech 9s to get aggressive. They took mid control for free in the last round. My money would be on, well, not my money, but you know what I mean. My expectation would be on an A split with these Tech 9s. Try and challenge Leaf to stand in, who was, while statistically speaking, wasn't dead weight. There was a lot of moments on Vertigo on the first map where Leaf couldn't convert the easy kills. Also, as the stand-in, he's going to lack synergy with Giraffe in middle. So he can try getting explosive in towards mid. Hope that maybe Verdant don't play quite heavy towards the extremities. The things we've already seen for Verdant the first gun round, they were happy to play a 2-1-2 setup, happy to play passive towards mid and actually bolster that A site. If they do go for that, then this fast A split might not be the one. Unless that solo player in mid, which I believe would be Leaf, gets caught off guard and they get a free rifle. Then maybe we're talking. Otherwise, you'd have Leaf would get that early information in towards mid. He could then fall back, communicate to his teammates on A. They can get themselves into a more appropriate setup. Maybe start blocking towards A. Or block towards Donut. Divvy does appear to be back in the server. I believe we'll get a round reset because Divvy doesn't have Kevlar. And he was the survivor of last round. There we go. There's the reset. Can get his Kevlar back. Tech pause. Resumes. Both teams buy back up what they bought before. See the funds dwindling for Verdant there, as mentioned, after Giraffe and Extinct buy up. Extinct still has enough to buy next round, but Giraffe, Leaf and Artist don't unless they win. Divvy, though, has enough to drop. But it does appear this set piece is going to be headed towards B for Case. With these Tech 9s. In the meantime, Verdant, they're aggressive towards mid. They take it for free. A spam comes out from Artist and it sets up Giraffe to take the next point of contact through the edge of the smoke. And that's the bomb spotted. Case now a 3 versus 5. They've lost 2 of their forward players, 2 of their heavier hitters. Artist goes for a cheeky spam. But gets dinked, kept in check. Another spam from Artist gets them down low. See, Giraffe is tempted to go for these fights, find these E-coding players, knowing that they're already tagged down low by Artist. He will collect a second, but on low HP, doesn't want to risk his life. Happy with the triple kill. That Extinct will find it. That's a 5th for Verdant, stretching their lead. Now, throughout the course of this series, I've been comparing the results here to the matchup between these two teams in the opening game of this group. Judging by the fact that it's the exact same veto. On Ancient, it was a 7-5 half to Verdant on their CT side. So they're looking to improve upon that. Try and see if they can get an 8th. So strong mid-hold with 3 players. But Giraffe fully baited, fully blinded by Leaf, who shifts his way through the smoke and is good for one, but it can't land the spray transfer onto Urbano. Fortunately, Artist can find the trade. 3 versus 3. Ricciolo in a great spot to see if he can catch Artist off guard, but no. Smoke blooms in his face and Extinct aggresses. Yeps. Spotted. Divi with the AWP, despite being low HP, confident in taking that fight. Verdant get themselves up to a 6th. Good mid-round recovery there from Verdant. It does appear to be the case that... they do tend to struggle a little bit more in the mid-round when the aggression comes from Verdant. If Verdant can sow seeds of chaos, the chaos will be on their terms and therefore it will be in their control. We do see that fast A-split coming into play here. Leaf, good for one through the smoke, but runs out of bullets. Artist comes in to hunt for ecos and will retrieve the bomb. 2 versus 5. Niazin completely smoked off. And he's going to try. Oh, looks like he's going to attempt to slink his way through. Meantime, Artist completely overstays his welcome in mid. Fortunately, Divi is there to clean up his mess. And, oh, beautiful second shot there. Divi, 13 and 2. He's starting to get on a heater now. You don't want this player warmed up if you're Case. The Frenchman, when he joined Verdant's roster, he was head and shoulders above his teammates, by far their best player. Start to see the carry performances from him less and less over the last few months. Perhaps not given as much freedom to play his style of play with the AWP. Verdant hit that 7. Looking for that 8th, this time Case. They've been neglecting this B-bomb site. Now they're choosing to pounce upon it very early, and Urbano and Ricciolo, they find the opening kills. Artist and Extinct fail to hold the site. A 3 versus 5. Do Verdant attempt this retake? Divi finds a kill, but in the meantime so does BSD. Giraffe in a very forward position. Down at the bottom of this ramp, he's being held by Urbano. There's an also going on the lurk. Giraffe clears him. Divi might not be allowed to save this weapon. And he won't. Niazin collects his bounty. Giraffe will look to just save in towards the B doors. Well, number 11, 2 rounds left of the half. Case looking for that par of 5 rounds. Verdant look to retake middle, but in the meantime, again, another opening over towards B. Ricciolo cracks the head of Extinct. Niazin caught by the swing of Giraffe, and Artist. The spam onto Ricciolo catches him reloading. Artist actually going to slink his way through and even lands the kill on towards Yeps. What a bold play from him, and just falls back through the smoke. Resets. Gets the information on Urbano. He goes down. Whips out the P250. and gets the kill, but Divi with the HE will accidentally kill Artist. Verdant get that 8th. That's the improvement from the last best of 3 between these two teams. 7-5, Verdant have guaranteed an 8th. If they can get a 9th, then they'll be golden to try and take us to a 3rd. Case, again, have already identified a weakness. They're managing to find these openings now towards B. There's the second extinct caught, crossing Divi as well, removed. And a 2 versus 5. This B bomb site cracked open once more. Artist will come in through towards cave. Find one. There's no reason not to go for this. It's the last round of the half. No saving now. Leaf makes his way down the slope. Now have information on both of these players, but 13 seconds, there's simply no time for Leaf. Case just have to play that bomb. It's now impossible. He will go down. An 8-4 half, an improvement for Verdant here on Ancient. Case just taking a little bit too long to identify the weak point. This B bomb site. On Vertigo, they found it in time. They found that weakness of A, where they kept catching Artist off guard. Unfortunately for Verdant, it's Artist again here on this B bomb site. Artist and Extinct. Extinct not having the greatest game, 4 and 9. Swapping over to the next pistol. Verdant have a molly and a smoke on Giraffe and Extinct. And they're going to be sprinting fast up here in towards cave. Smoke deployed now towards short, but it's a bait and switch here towards the cave. Ricciolo with the Julies. Artist knows it's a possibility. Jumps in, tried to go for the pre-fire, but the Julies let rip. But it's Divi to find the double. Niezin now towards long, trying to tap down at range. He finds a double of his own, puts the man advantage back into Case's favour. He taps the bomb, but the smoke fades towards short. Fortunately, yep, no Kevlar. Gets aim punch down. Divi, shadow spotted, being chased by Abano. Lands a disgusting shot, 1 versus 1. Divi just needs to land one headshot on towards Niezin. A minute on the clock. Divi worried about Niezin dancing around this pillar, but little does he know Niezin is just slinked. Hidden away in towards cave. Disengaged completely. Knows that Divi has to recover that bomb. Oh, but Divi spots the barrel. A massive round from Divi. The double kill in towards cave to find the trade, to break open that setup. And then the clutch, the 1 versus 2. Hitting some beautiful shots. Nine to 4 into the lead. Case, though, they're going to be going for a force buy. Attempting the second round break. A couple of HEs in towards mid do soften Artist up. Keep him in check. Extinct will finish off Ricciolo, but can't find the second. Niezin is there to trade. A 1-for-1 towards cave. In the meantime, Artist, a very forward position. He's got his way in towards red room, but I think his shadow might have been spotted by BSD. communicate that to his teammates. They're setting themselves up to retake Red Room here. Artist on low HP. Will find one. Gets away with more than he should have there. On such low HP with his position known. And Verdant are very split up in this 3 versus 3. Giraffe has lurked out A and is clearing that portion of the map. Has it under his control. Verdant, the rest of the players sprint in towards Donut to try and group up with him to split this site. They have control of the extremities, well recovered from the UK squad. Giraffe just holding Temple on the plat. And we'll line them both up. Not cleared, leaving Niaz in. 1 versus 3 with this MP9 in hand. So he's shifting in towards A main. There's not enough time for him to defuse, but I think he's going to attempt to find an exit. With Divi clearing out CT, there's a safe haven for Verdant to escape to. Double digits now for Verdant. They are up to a 10th. 3 rounds away from stealing Ancient. Away from Case. Case. Going to be ecoing around this MP9. Means they're going to forfeit Verdant getting up to another round victory. But they've aggressed through to the B lane. Cleared a lot of map control out. Surely Artist could have communicated that to his teammates. Extinct is going to sprint in towards Donut. Knows that it's a weakness. A good smoke. I like that smoke. Going in towards T-spawn to deny that post plant. But it's the Galils, the rifles. And mop up some of these Case players. Niazin has found himself another flank, but look at this from Verdant. They're not committing to this A site. They know they haven't secured Donut control. They've at least got the trades in their favour, a 2-for-1. But knowing that this rotation has come through, they decided, look, if they're fighting heavy for Donut, let's take CT. They take CT, realise it's clear, and like, oh, if CT's clear, we've got a free pathway back to B. Exactly where they go. Now Artist has those rotations locked in. Donut, it's just Niazin. 1v4. And Artist is hunting. Artist is hungry. And Artist is dead. Verdant shouldn't really hunt here. They don't want to accidentally give away a rifle to Niazin. It's not worth taking an MP9 and Kevlar away from him when you could risk giving him even a Galil. Not worth it. Case now on the rifles. It's a full buy, but Extinct domes Urbano, jumping with Util in hand still. And then the pick in towards middle. Beautiful. Artist stuck in the smoke. Surely he realises. Surely he's figured it out. But no, Ricciolo gets the drop. An aggressive play shifting through that smoke behind the doors. The reaction now for Verdant with this man advantage. And no, there's aggression towards B. BSD, a missed shot. He's the lone defender of A. And Verdant trying to isolate him. Trying to get the trade. A perfect flashbang from Divi sets them up. And takes him down. Extinct catches the rotation. It leaves Niazin. 1 versus 4. Location revealed. So he finds the head of Leaf. Divi pins him to a wall. 12-4. Verdant now up onto map point. Case have to force buy here. It's not going to be pretty. 3 MP9s, 2 M4s. Divvy uses the smoke to edge, but there's no trade. A perfect flash coming out of Yeps allows Urbano to steal that AWP from Divvy's corpse. Isn't just going to be shifting on towards short here, but Artist has walked his way through the smoke. Caught the timing. They've caught the B site. Kyolo comes in on a flank. Swinging past the doors, and he's done so twice and even locks them out. Extinct is now isolated on this site. But he's still a threat. Catches Nyezin. The flash is perfect, and Leaf just charges through and gets 2 kills. But into the 2 versus 2, Urbano with his saved AWP finishes off Leaf. Even Extinct in the clutch, but that's when BSD comes through on the flank. A big round there from Case. The flash in towards mid sets them up to pick up this AWP, and the AWP will be the difference maker in closing out the round. Case able to invest. Verdant emptying their bank accounts, doing the same. Bit of a swing round. We already saw Verdant lose a 12-7 lead. A 12-5 would be something else. 12-5 it was, 12-4. Artist shifting up the ramp under the cover of Divvy. Get the opening pick onto Nyezin. Isolated alone. The reaction from Case is to fight in towards cave. Clear out middle. Ricciolo will find Giraffe. Bomb planted. 4 versus 4. Case setting themselves up for a full retake with a deep CT smoke. Extinct also holding their smoke out towards cave. All 4 players for Case coming from the same spot. Extinct gets confirmation. They flash and they go past him. They don't clear him, and he's going to mow down 2. Make it 3. Leaving BSD in a 1 versus 3, and that's all. Verdant will successfully win Ancient. They'll steal it away. 13-5. A dominant scoreline from the UK squad against Case. Going to be able to take us to a 3rd and final map here today of Inferno, and that'll be up after a short break, so don't go anywhere to catch the deciding map here of this best of 3 series. We'll be right back. Welcome to the final map of the day here in United21. Season 22, the decider match for Group B. Verdant versus Case. We're going to be making it to Inferno. An even ground between these two teams. We say even ground, but again, throughout the course of this series, I've been setting up the fact that this is a rematch for the opening game. The opening game, Case versus Verdant. That was 2-1 to Case. And yes, we've swapped map picks. Vertigo and Ancient originally went one way. They've now gone the other way. Regardless, we're here on the decider. And last time on Inferno, when that was the decider, Case won it 13-6. Much more one-sided than any of the maps we've had so far. But it is going to be a knife round victory there, I believe, for Verdant. So they'll get to choose which side they start on. Last time, they started on the T side, and it was an 11-1 half in favour of Case. They dominated on their CT. Hopefully, Verdant did get the chance to choose. They will choose that CT side themselves, so they'll have a bit more of a springboard. They won't get quite so rolled over. Their T side leaving much to be desired on Inferno as of recent. Yeah, again, for the stakes that are on the line for this game, it's a best of 3 elimination for the loser. Whoever loses this map will go out of the group stage. The winner will make it through and scrape by with that second place for the playoffs out of Group B. And yeah, it does appear Verdant choosing that CT side. It was a stronger side for them in that 13-6. After an 11-1 half, they went 5-2 before Case closed it out. On the pistol round, it's going to be aggressive. A beautiful counter flash from Niezin, but Extinct just tucks himself against the wall and starts spamming. Opening kill. Shuts down Banana. Case, their reaction, they sprint all the way up towards mid through their own long smoke. A moto smoke deployed. Artist jiggling from library gets the information. Case just waiting for him to overextend, waiting for him to peek, but he's not going to give them anything just yet. He clears long. His teammate at the time, Speedway, had the arch cross in hand. Giraffe a kill in towards Apps. That's the bomb drop. The last 3 players barrel their way up towards short. There's 2 players, Giraffe and Leaf, in towards Pit, but it's Urbano. 2 beautiful shots on the Glock. Make it a third as he spins around to take down Artist as well. A triple kill for him, looking for the ace. He's been a danger man all series long. Someone who, round after round, has found the multi-kills against Verdant. Divi also falls out range. And it is an ace for Urbano. A 2 versus 5. What can this man not do? On Vertigo, it seems like ages ago now, the first map of this series, Urbano, on when Verdant were on 12 points, they were about to get their 13th. Urbano got a 1 versus 3 clutch to enable Case to take it to overtime. And here on Inferno, they've managed to get a 2 versus 5 ace. Verdant going to be forcing up on the second round with MP9s. On this map, Inferno, lots of tight corridors, tight choke points, close range, plenty of opportunities for these MP9s to get involved and be effective. I'm going to be stacking this B-bomb site. 2 players on the boost. 1 up on second oranges. I like this. It's double boost. It's not just 1, it's 2. Ricciolo is just going to be scouting in, seeing what he can find. Going to creep through the edge of this smoke, but spotted by Leaf. It's good for 1. Now the thing is, Ricciolo only spotted 1 player there. He wasn't taken down by the players on the boost. He only spotted Leaf. I don't think he spotted Giraffe on the top of second oranges. So as far as Case are concerned, there's only 1 player, a default hold on towards B. But for now, they're going to throw some initial utility to make it look like a sight hit. A reactionary smoke deployed to survive, but Niezin's got so much ground pushed up on this A site. Cleared middle, gotten his way up towards short. Divi is the lone defender. Leaf rotates. Is caught by Urbano. Now Divi. Good for 1, drops into the mini pit, but is traded. 3 versus 3. Niezin moves forward to try and lock down these rotations. Molly towards library, can focus attention towards Arch. Peaks on the time and catches Artist, who I don't think he wasn't aware of how close he was. Extinct will find the trade. BSD also goes down on 7 points of health. The bomb planted in an open spot for Urbano to see. He will peek his way. Extinct lands a couple bullets, but it's not enough. Urbano closes again. 7-0 scoreline on that man. Only one player surviving for Case means that their money has not had the opportunity to grow. So Verdant are going to go for another force buy. Instead of waiting, allowing the time for Divi to get this AWP up, they're going to go for SMGs. Again, MP9s, a Hero M4 on Extinct, a UMP on Giraffe. Divi holds his own. It takes down Yezin. Case perhaps expecting an eco. Met with heavy resistance right now. Man advantage, the opening pick. In fairness, that was a Mac 10 on Yezin. Going to execute on towards this site. Extinct mollied off and now blinded. Completely nullified on the site. Leaf tries to force his way through the smoke. Won't find anything. Artist next up on the plate, shifting through. A messy spray. Can't quite catch Ricciolo. Verdant will have to save. The force buy looked promising with that opening kill, but they still sat in a vanilla setup, expecting perhaps maybe a weaker buy. But just relying on the fact that you've got an M4 towards B, you still got a weaker setup than a buy round. You've got to make that investment worth it. Make it sweat. Use those overloads. It's also one thing I've noticed a lot over the last few days, casting a lot of Inferno, is that on this B site, players almost always seem to favour first oranges. I hardly see players playing from new box, playing for time, playing to delay. Instead, they're playing to just hold and get multi-kills from new box. Verdant will eco around these two saved SMGs. Divi with plenty in the bank to be able to get that AWP up on their first real gun round. Slower now from Case. Yes, and again, you're going to be searching in towards middle. Smoke thrown towards long, a good flash. And Yezin gets into cover. Not caught off guard. Rotation comes through for Verdant. They leave Giraffe with the UMP on the B site. Leaf rotating around. Yezin will go down for free. I say for free. He did get that kill onto Leaf. I stand corrected. Yep, so also get taken down. That's a couple rifles up for grabs. The rotation has already come through for Divi, and he's caught in towards Coffins. Again, that's a second player who thinks they're in a safe setup. Giraffe tries to activate, but can't transfer the spray on the UMP to BSD, despite such low health. Artist. An opportunity in a 1 versus 2 hit. Both players very low. They're splitting up, searching for information to set the other player up for the clutch. Yeah, Artist didn't spot Urbano, but he will win the fight. 1 versus 1, no kit in play. BSD knows that there's no kit, so he can just fall back. Oh, Artist. How? As 2 engagements in a row for BSD, where he's been on 9 points of health. Both players have whiffed the sprays and not landed a single bullet. Just 1 bullet would have done. Regardless, a 4-0 start for Case. Looking formidable here on their T side. I say formidable. This is off the back of Verdant forcing. But the thing is, we're in an MR12. There's 12 rounds in a half. You've already just used a third of them forcing up. Only just now, on round 5, do you have rifles. Only just now do you have an AWP up on Divi to try and hold this A site. And he gets the opening pick. Giraffe tucks in towards Apps, plays for the extremity. But Divi lands a collateral. Eventually he's traded by BSD. And BSD will in fact find the double. Gets himself onto the site. Plants the bomb, secures that cash injection. Now posting up towards short. It's a great spot for him to find one and fall off. Knows that the rotation will come through. Catches Artist, no trade comes through. And goes for the quick scope. BSD, a 1 versus 4 clutch to shut down Verdant. Finally, after force buying 2 SMG rounds in a row for Verdant. And then an eco following that. Finally, on round number 5, the Verdant finally get rifles in the hands. Finally, an AWP on Divi. And the AWP goes huge. Divi gets a triple kill. But then BSD goes one further. A quad. Not only that, but in a 1 versus 4 scenario. The hype from Case right now. No doubt calling a tactical pause to settle their nerves, but tactical pause is going to have more effect than that. So you're also going to cause Verdant to stew. And the thought that they had just lost a 1 versus 4 to an AWP. It's going to be another scrappy buy for Verdant. Still saving enough to be able to buy next round. But we've got another MP9 on Leaf. Giraffe on the solitary M4. Rest on pistols. Artist, interestingly, on the flat pack CZ. Case met with little resistance. Banner gets in his way, tucked in towards the sandbags cubby. Artist and Extinct are going to choose to fade the smoke. I like this, as it's twofold. As soon as Artist and Extinct fade, if they don't get any kills, or if they go down for free, then there's 2 more players to hold. Divi will find the trade, but it doesn't bait any of the players in. Instead, Case, they're setting their sights towards A, going for a site wrap. Leaf tucked in towards short, tries to make his way on towards the site, so he can try and hold. Tucked in behind the default box. Ricciolo will tear his head off. Giraffe and Divi should just look to save these M4s. Six, 0. Two saved weapons does mean that Verdant can get a nice, healthy buy. They were ecoing anyway. But now they can guarantee that extra utility. This is the 7th round of this map, and it's only Verdant's 2nd gun round. Util traded on banana. Both sides smoke the other team off. Case happy to slink through these smokes. Good HEs and Ricciolo capitalizes, finds the timing to pounce, and he's going to punish both. Extinct and Artist caught off guard yet again. It's been the story, the tale of this entire series. Case constantly catching Verdant off guard. Whatever site the Artist is on. Divvy caught, trying to get away. That means no AWP to be saved. That would have been a real boon for Verdant to keep. The closest round they had was off the back of a Divvy triple kill on the AWP. Jaff won't even be allowed to keep his rifle. Clean sweep for Case. Finally, Verdant take a tactical pause. Finally, they can discuss how they want to approach this. They're not going to be able to squeeze together another buy. Draft having that extra cash, thanks to that one saved weapon the other round. Can drop over and up to Divvy. So it'll be another rifle round for Verdant. But it's not pretty. Lots of util missing. Artist down to a Famus. Again, Yazin unchecked in towards apps. He has so much freedom to work on his own. Sprinting ahead of Yeps. Clearing out apartments. All map long, he's pretty much gone unchecked. The only time he's been taken down, he's already got a kill. Plenty of map control in his hands. The same on Banana. Case, secure it with 3. BSD just walks into Divvy's scope. Literal crouch peek. Yeps will find Leaf. And he'll find Giraffe. Extinct tries his hardest to defend the B site, but he's only good for 1, leaving Artist in a 1 versus 4. He should really try and clutch onto this Famus. I've got a feeling he's going to hunt for an exit. He's sticking around somewhat towards CT. There are a couple of M4s towards the top of mid he can try and grab, but it's a little bit risky. They're out in the open at the top of mid. Yep, so he's hunting. Good crosshair placement, but it's a lazy clear. Artist picks up the AK, moves forward into CT. We'll keep that AK alive. But this is looking dire for Verdant. It's harder to pinpoint somewhere where they need to change something, they need to adapt, where their weakness is, where they're being exploited, because They've not had enough buy rounds to be tested. Due to being on force buys constantly. They're not going to be on an eco here. Stacking 3 towards B, but Case have read this well. Taking it aggressive over towards A. Setting themselves up ready to close it out. Already. Artist will cut down Urbano. That's going to cause Case to accelerate here towards A. They've lost all presence towards Banana. They've met no resistance towards A either. Counter smoke in towards long. But Ricciolo's going to use that as a tunnel. Giraffe. Uncleared by Yeps. Will punish. Niezin catches Leaf through the edge of the box. Divi punishes. Finally, Verdant look like they're piecing together some sort of a round. Artist on this flank. Oh no. What a whiff. And now BSD. Fortunately, Divi comes in behind. Oh, I got a little bit scared there again. BSD with 2 kills and a massive whiff there from Artist. Player back turned as well. But Verdant get their first round on the board, and it's an eco with a saved AK. That AK getting the opening, shutting down Banana, being set up by 2 teammates. Some sneaky plays in towards Apps. Getting them the odd kill in Case, sort of splitting up. Getting lost in the sauce on the mid round. And there we go, Divi. Now with the AWP in play, a full buy for Verdant. Gets an opening pick. The opening picks are where Case seem to struggle. When they go down a man, when they have a disadvantage, they often are more incentivized to go for individual plays. Artist was about to be caught off guard again, back turned to the smoke, but in doing so he's actually anti-flash, so the flash comes through. He can turn around, find the frag. Divi spots the shoulder of Niezin trying to creep through the boiler smoke. Artist getting messy. Yep, spotted. Divi will collect another triple kill. Up to 13 frags. That's the AWP for Verdant. 2 rounds left in the half, and despite how dominant this has been for Case, their money's not good. Verdant win 2 in a row, and Case are pretty much on an eco. BSD could afford a hero AK if he wanted. Maybe not a hero AK, it'd be more like a hero Galil. Driven by the AWP kills he's got this map already. I prefer he saved to keep that. Get another AWP out on the final round of the half. Some heavy investments coming out from Case though. Niezin and Urbano down to 1.5, but they've only got a 2-round loss bonus. If they had a 4-round loss bonus, 1.5 is passable. It's the sweet spot even. When you only get $2,400 in the next round, you'll be on $3,900. Not a good look. But with these pistols, they're going to get aggressive. They're going to sprint, rush beat. Again, throughout this entire series, it's been the sites where Artist, and sometimes where Extinct has been, where there's been the weak points on their CT side. But this time it's held. Only 1 choke point for them to focus on. Artist is going to continue to fight, looking for those eco kills, and he will mop up the quad kill. Final round of the half, and now Case invest. And you see there, Niezin, Urbano have to go for a Galil. So does Ricciolo. Artist creeping down Banana, walks into Urbano, sends Urbano packing in the final round. One of the heavy hitters on the case side. Removed. Divi's AWP holds for another pick towards the top of middle. Nyezin finds a space to walk up towards short. Has now been spotted. 2-man advantage for Verdant. Case, we're just freezing, waiting for a Verdant slip up. .30 seconds and they start to move. Verdant not presenting anything. Ricciolo lining up mid to be smoke. Artist pushes in front of it, catches the shoulder. Oh, what a flick from Ricciolo! They're now accelerating towards CT. They know that that's Artist. They know that's a BO player, so they know that Extinct is defending alone, tucked in towards Ruins. Good for the first, but not the second. A good trade from Case. They now have the sight. Should be able to get this bomb planted just about. With but a second left. 3 versus 2. Yep, spotted, crossing towards Banana. Peaks. Beautiful shot onto a leaf. Fortunately, Giraffe is there to trade. Yes, in a 1 versus 2. They still haven't cleared the site because of how rushed this plant was. Dropping it into a smoke. I just found the timing. Peeking towards Ruins. Bomb tapped. Divi will find the kill. Giraffe with the defuse. An 8-4 half. A recovery there from Verdant after being 8-0 down. Finally, after winning a round with the AK, they're able to establish economy. Verdant have seriously been hampering themselves all game long with force buys. I say all game long. I mean at the start, they lose the pistol. They go for a second round force buy with MP9s. So sure, that's fine. Then they go for a third round buy with MP9s. 1 hero M4. But then they don't do anything with it. They will sit in vanilla setups thinking that they have an even battle with their investments. But no, they've got the weaker investment. When you've got the weaker investment, you're the underdog. You then have to play like the underdog for that round. Which means find an upset. Take the fight to them. Then they have to eco again. They then get guns out and it's a 1 versus 4 clutch. Then puts Verdant back onto another eco. But once Divi is able to get that AWP up, they can get these openings. In case they struggle a little bit more, they have to rely on individuals to recover when man disadvantages. But moving over onto the T side, this is where Verdant really struggled last time. And he's sprinting in towards long. Long completely open. There's 3 players though to defend this A bomb site. Nyezin, beautiful peek to catch off Divi. But Verdant are just heading towards CT. Spotted now by Yeps. He's going to drop that smoke in towards CT. Verdant wrap into Ruins. The longer pathway, but as they do, the rotation is going to come through towards Banana. But they decimate the site, overwhelm it with the Glocks. A well-timed peek as well through that CT smoke. Extinct looks to try and secure Banana control with CT smoked off. Is met with BSD. 3 versus 3. Bomb planted, bomb ticking. All 3 players for Case looking to clear as many angles as possible with CT being a possibility. They've spotted at least 2 of them out. Giraffe activates for 1. Leaving BSD in a 1 versus 2. He's been good for a clutch so far, but the trades come through for Verdant. They establish a strong post plant, establish the crossfires. They play off each other to perfection to net Verdant their first T round. Case onto the full eco. They've got such a lead that they don't need to throw rounds away by forcing. Gonna be a pop in towards middle, but Divi Will mow down 2. There's a stack by all the players of Case, and they're able to get 2 kills, but the stack's been broken, and Yezin's going to be hunted down. 2 kills, not too shabby. But at the end of the day, Verdant, they keep the rifles. They drop over the MAC-10s that were downed. The 3 Galils are still kept, so not too much economic damage done for Case. It's still profitable with 3 players surviving for Verdant. Tactical pause now for Verdant. Making sure they know what they're doing. Especially considering, again, they've got a stand-in. They've got Leaf instead of Vacancy. Case will be investing first gun round, and BSD getting that AWP up as soon as possible. I like to see the amount of impact he was able to find. As a contrast to Verdant, they went for these force buys which delayed their star player Divi being able to get that AWP up on a map which I know firsthand that Divi is very comfortable with this map. It's one of his favourite maps. You can see that by the represented in the scoreline for him, up to 17 frags. Case approach, getting up nice and early, seeing if he can challenge for these opening kills. And we're taking that AWP over towards B. Posted up, a missed molly by Verdant. Tags Leaf down. Leaf looking to challenge this fight and will actually take down BSD. Not expecting the peak quite so soon, and they're going to accelerate. The flash is perfect. Yep's fully blinded. That's it. B site done. Just 2 kills. In Case can't retake. They can't even rotate. They're so far away. Verdant are hunting. They want to remove these weapons. They want as clean a pathway as possible to victory. So next round they won't be up against any of the rifles. Not unless Case force into this. Be some upgraded pistols for Case. HE stack actually finishes off Extinct. Opening kill on the pistols. I think Verdant juggle away the SMG. 4 Case players now creeping towards Banana, looking to retake this map control. Leaf caught. Flash in hand, and that's exactly when they peak. A second kill. Now a 2-man disadvantage. Verdant have to accelerate towards this A site. Paranoid about this push. Giraffe spots out Yezin. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. And then will be taken down 2 versus 4. They can hear the players accelerating. Artist lands the flick shot, but only the leg. It's Divi in a 1 versus 4. And he's overwhelmed. Case with just pistols. Shut down Verdant. They prevent Verdant from tying the scoreline. A couple HEs into Banana. They get the opening kill. Leaf caught with flash in hand. A well-timed push from Case. Verdant panic rotation, accelerating towards A. Yezin able to go 1 for 1 with the 5-7. It's a disaster for Verdant. I almost wish they would have used some util and just blocked bottom of Banana as soon as Leaf spotted them. And tried to hold them down rather than allowing Case to set up a retake on that A site on their terms. I don't even know if Verdant had the util for it. And now another opening. Ricciolo catches Giraffe, being flashed out towards Boiler. A perfect flash in towards Banana. Urbano mops up 2. Leaf and Divi. 2 versus 4. Leaf will work his way towards the top of mid. Good for the 1, but can't transfer the spray. Divvy alone. Does spot out Yeps. The lone defender of B. Divvy can now get this bomb planted, set himself up for the 1 versus 2. In case, and this rotation will give Divvy the time, but has his steps been heard? No, BSD is still posted up towards the side. Divvy isolates the first kill. Will he expect BSD? BSD's not made a sound yet. There we go, drops a smoke on the bomb, taps it. Divvy goes for a full spam. And BSD tries to walk through it. That looked pretty funny with the view model there. BSD just hovering. Verdant given a lifeline thanks to Divvy. Another big round from him. A 1 versus 3 clutch. Verdant. Going to be shifting until towards apps control. This is a bit of a swing round. Look at the money for both teams, both bank accounts nearing 0. The loser likely going to be on an eco or a force at best. Even then, the winner might end up being on a force, depending on how many players survive. Verdant apply pressure towards B. In the meantime, they've pulled that rotation and now they're exploiting A. Taken mid control, smokes to lock out these rotations. Case are trapped in this site with a double pit setup. The flash comes through. Ricciolo's good for 1. A quick trade. Yezin now activates in the pit. He's got to try and buy time for the rotation of his teammates. There it is. Abano comes through the smoke, blocks down 1, and Yezin somehow found a second. Extinct, stuck in the pit. Trying to deal with this rival, but Yezin dancing around with an MP9 of all weapons. Gets 3 kills in the pit. Putting Case up to 10. Verdant unable to trade him out. Perhaps the apps player, I'm almost certain the apps player jumping out first there, going way too early. Let the long players peek in a nice orderly fashion, get that information, so when you jump out you can get that info. You have that info, you know where you do land. You're not blinded through the smoke. Verdant, as mentioned, it'll be a force by Divvy. Hero AK. Tech 9s and a Deagle. So 1 for 1. It's a rifle dropped which can be retrieved. Verdant going to be happy with that. At the same time though, Case get the information. There's multiple players in second mid. There we go, second AK picked up by Giraffe. By all means, the odds for this round increase after a 1 for 1 trade. Picked up weapon. Case going for a gamble rotation, 3 towards A. Trusting Urbano to hold B on his own. Artist. Bit of a messy play there. Smoke towards long. Tries to jump through into Arch. Tries to buy space for these players to react on towards A, but the trading isn't quite as clinical as they'd hope. It's now a man advantage still for Case. Both these two Verdant players split up. Divvy in towards apps with the AK. Extinct on his own towards B. Extinct is going to try and take some space here. Shifting in towards Ruins, but he's caught. Ricciolo, as a reaction, tries to rotate, but Divvy's there, lying in waiting towards apps. But will Divvy expect Yeps up on short so quickly? No, he won't. Caught jumping. Case will be able to get their 11th post defuse. Closing in on that victory, our Case. Verdant going to be going for an eco. A semi-eco, if you will. With a couple upgraded pistols and Kevlar. going to be going for a good old-fashioned B rush, but they're met with double HEs. Urbano going to collect a triple kill. Yeps catches Extinct going for the boost. Giraffe reveals his location, and Verdant will be swept aside on Banana. Map, match, and series point for Case. Verdant have to win 4 in a row. It'd have to be a comeback akin to that of Vertigo. Made by Case. This time by Verdant. Early utility from Verdant to take top Banana control, but Urbano holding from the sandbags. Good for one, but Artist through the edge of the smoke finds the trade and transfers on towards Yeps. B site now open, and this is why Inferno is such a fickle mistress. Because you just lose those 2 blades. You go for a 2-3 setup, you lose those 2 B plays, and that's it. After 2 deaths, you're saving. Giraffe in a position to try and deny that, and Yezin caught. Does look like Ricciolo and BSD are attempting this. I know they've got a 2-on-3 on site. Ricciolo has caught off Artist. Crossfire is in place. Ricciolo falls. BSD trying to do some damage, but Divi, another double for him. And even picks up that AWP. And up to a 9th. Case will still be able to invest. Another AWP up on BSD. Giraffe walking towards APP, shut down by an APP setup with the AWP and BSD. Verdant now know that the AWP not in towards mid, so they can afford to go for a contact in towards mid to find the revenge frag, and that's exactly what happens. Ricciolo down. 4 versus 4. Good reaction there from Verdant. Divi just posted, waiting for a reaction from the Case players. Meantime, the other 3 Verdant players look to walk their way in towards Banana, but they fade the smoke and the trading is poor. Urbano able to get a double kill. Divi catches one off, thins the herd. Sticking around, knows that BSD is still here on the corner. Flick comes through and Divi wins it. Another double for him, and this entire time Extinct after spotting, or at least after Divi spotted those kills, or spotted those players on towards short and got with the first kill, Extinct cancelled his push on towards B, looked to group up with Divi. Bomb planted, 2 versus 1. Yeps. Only on 6 frags, not the highest performing player for Case right now. He certainly had his moments across this series, but on Inferno he's been quite quiet. Let's see how much noise he can make. Tiptoes in towards the A site, a good flick on towards Extinct, finishes him off. Divi now knows that he's low and can whip out the Tech 9. Another triple kill for Divi. He's dragging Verdant, kicking and screaming. Round after round to close out this map. He's almost got double the amount of kills as the person next to him. Artist is on 15. Divi's on 29. It might as well be a one-man show for Verdant here on Inferno. The other side of things, Urbano up on 26 as well. And plenty of impact, but as is BSD up on 19, almost at that 20 mark. Early util in towards mid. It's another mid stack for Case. Leaf with the Mac 10. Again, these close fight engagements for Leaf. He seems to really struggle in them. Giraffe catches the rotation. At least BSD will finish him off. Doesn't want to reveal his location too soon, just in case there's a quick trade to come through. Artist is pushed through in towards CT. A very big overextension, but he holds his own. 2 headshots. Verdant closing the scoreline. It's going to be a 24-round game here, at the very least. 12-11. Case come in with another investment. Verdant. A full healthy buy. 4 AKs, 4 grenades per player, plus an AWP on Divvy. The Case side of things there. Their buy is not quite so squeaky clean. A couple missing pieces of utility and no kits. Considering this is the last round of the half, meaning if there's a retake you will have to go for it. I would have liked to see at least a kit. Oh, that HE stack is disgusting. Leaf and Artist down to 1 point of health, but Leaf finished off by the wallbang from BSD. Molly will push him back. And the HE actually finishes off Artist. 2 opening kills for Case as Verdant have managed to claw their way back into this series, into this best of 3, into this map. They're met with 2 HEs to the face. Divvy accelerating up towards short. They tried to pounce. It's now onto Giraffe and Extinct. Extinct will find Yezin. Giraffe tries to creep out towards Apps. Has found the timing. Into the 2 versus 3. But Extinct thinks that he can challenge BSD after picking up that AWP, and he goes down for free. A 1 versus 1 fight given up. No trade potential for Giraffe. And Urbano creeping in towards Boiler will catch him off guard. It will be 13-11 to Case. They knock out Verdant 2-1 in a nail-biting series. Overtime on the first map after a comeback from Case. Ancient managed to be stolen by Verdant, and then we moved to Inferno when it was such a highlight-fueled game. Clutches left, right and centre from the likes of Divvy, Urbano and BSD, but unfortunately no one was there to step up with Divvy, so Inferno goes the way of Case. Verdant, if they're them, they need to look at their weaknesses there. On Vertigo, though, again, it was Artist and Leaf abused over towards that A site. On Ancient, while it took a while for Case to identify the weakness, they did eventually find out Artist and Extinct on that A site. And on Inferno, it did take a time, but they found that B site, Artist and Extinct, was also the weakness that they started to exploit. Although Artist and Extinct did start to adapt towards the end of Inferno there. But close game, nevertheless. That's us done for the day. The Group B decider done. Tomorrow we've got the Group C and D deciders, the last games of the group stage. So make sure to tune in for those tomorrow. That's all for us. Goodbye for now.